because that's what we're gonna do. Oh, right, it's just listing the mods. To get where we left off with this, and I just realized YouTube just now came live right this second. All right, so we're going to be picking up where we left off on Farm Sim. This is an unscheduled stream that we're starting later than we normally do, and on a day that I normally don't stream, because I normally don't stream on Thursdays and Fridays, despite what the schedule says for the last 2-3 weeks on Fridays, and me streaming all of them. But technically, those are days off for me normally. But I had a very productive day, and I got a lot of stuff done. And Tomb fell asleep, so I'm going to just go ahead and stream. And like I said to people here for the intro part on Twitch, like I did check. I was like, hey, I know you're like half asleep. You're done for the day, right? Like, am I good? Like, if I go stream, is that gonna bother you? And she's like, nah, that's fine. And for the record, it's not like Tomb has ever gone, no, I don't want you to stream today. She's never done anything like that. It's just, you know, making sure you make time for your partner and all that. But if she's gonna be asleep for it anyways. You had one that didn't count in your streak and somehow it didn't break it, hence Cookie being ahead by one? Yeah, no, you always be considerate of your partner. That's the whole way this thing works. And that's true of any relationship. You always be considerate of the other party involved, whether it's romantic or whatever. But yeah, so to actually get back into game talk, so where we left off, we finished stage 1 of the temple. Ooh, I actually don't have my thing showing, do I? Boop, and boop. So we finished stage 1 of the temple. And these objectives are for Dare Drop. And for those who aren't familiar with what Dare Drop is a site that content creators sign up for where they say, hey, this game wants to be promoted. So here's the dealio. And they don't actually say dealio, but we're going to pretend they did. Here's the dealio. What we're willing to do is you can go ahead and go to these different objectives and choose an objective, and if you do this objective, we will give you something to give to your viewers. I also realized I don't have my music on, so I'm fixing that right now. Let's see. And music. Alright. But you finish this objective, and we'll give you a thing to give your viewers. And so for like this example, they give me keys for the game and the DLC to give to my viewers. We have 5 objectives that I agreed to, because that's how, like, and I usually have a limit of how many of the objectives you can agree to. Usually it's like 8 or whatever, but this one was 5. And I understand why it's 5, because they've been very generous on their offering for this one. Like, all of them were like CD keys and all that. So we got 5 objectives. Now, we've already finished 1. We have sold some garlic. And I've got 4 more objectives left. So where we're at is I've got 1 for harvesting rice. We haven't done any of that. I've got the 1 for harvesting the spinach, peas, green beans, and rice. I have done all of those but the rice. We got 1 for having $1 million in my account at any point in time. That's the one that's the least likely to get done. And we have building the temple. So what we've got over here is over here by where we got this temple. You can see here, there's no temple here. We are actively building this. And the way that works is we bring it materials, and little by little it builds the temple. And eventually we'll have a completed temple. And for those who don't know what this place is, it's like, the map is vaguely East Asian. So who really knows exactly what we got going on here? But the idea with this is we are trying to get everything in. So far, we finished stage 1, which is a bunch of plank and cement blocks, and we're on stage 2. And I've already dropped off about 8,000 L, whatever the units are supposed to be. It implies it might be liters, but cement in liters is really weird. But it implies it's L towards getting all this moved over here. So what I want to do is to continue to try and bring stuff over. So I'm going to bring another load of cement. How do you get the cement and stuff? I am driving down to, there's a warehouse I can buy it. So what I am doing is I'm buying it at one price and selling it at the other at a loss to advance this thing. So we are deleting money to make progress. But we are at the point where we are making a good couple thousand every day from our sawmill, at least as long as I have trees, from our sawmill. And then we'll make a couple thousand more from our greenhouse every once in a while. And then we're also making a couple thousand more a year from our rice. So this is me kind of trading good progress towards the $1 million objective for the temple objective. But if we get to August during this stream, that means we get to harvest our rice and then knock 2 off those lists. Now, one clarification I want to make is I do not get the keys immediately. So those keys I'm earning, I will not be giving those out today because I won't have them today. What happens is when we achieve an objective, we take a clip and then I submit that clip to Dare Drops and they go, yep, that looks like the thing we asked you to do. And then I get the key and I do that. And it's like Dare Drops on the up and up. We've used them a number of times. But I've been very happy with the Dare Drops we've gotten for Farm Sim in the past. They've been fairly generous on what they give away. Most of the objectives are fairly reasonable. And all that good stuff. Because the way I look at it is if I take a little bit of time in game and I can get people $50, $60 worth of game in my community for the incredibly wonderful price of free, that's pretty good. Now, for the record, I do not know if the keys are the Steam version or on their own store, but that doesn't matter. The store doesn't have its own launcher or anything like that. I prefer the Steam version, so I did buy the Steam version, even though I was given a key for the for their version. I used their version when it was the only one available for early access, and then I bought the game for myself because I would much rather have my games all in one place and not have to juggle a bunch of different stores. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I need to be over there. Where those 2 yellow icons are and that purple icon in the bottom left, that's where I'm going. And off the cliff. Whee! Well, that's interesting. And I'm trying to fold them up. There we go. So it wasn't actually the tractor that was the problem. It was the forks on the front were like stuck in the ground. I just had to fight it a little bit to get it out there. I somehow like wedged the tip of the forks through the terrain. Okay, well that's an interesting start. Alright, so what we want to do is I need 4 more pallets of the concrete. So this is where I mentioned we can get this stuff. So I can go over here, find the bags of cement. We can get 4 of them. I could buy those. Now, as a reminder, I am selling these at a loss. So I'm doing big business plays here. Real 5-head economy, where I am buying something for a price and then turning around and selling it for less than the price I bought it. But it's okay. It's okay, chat. I'll make up for it in volume. None of that's true. Don't do that. That's bad. Well, that's interesting. We didn't have any problems with that yesterday. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we grab these 2, because we'll take all 4 in one trip. Just scooch those right up here against the wall. Lower those back down. And grab all of them at once. You know today's Thursday? Yes, I do. It was a very productive day. It was a very good day. Went out, did some touristy stuff with Tomb. She promptly came home and fell asleep. And I was like, hey, do you mind if I stream? And she's like, nah, she's done for the day. She's full sleep mode. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna go stream if that's okay with you. And she's like, yeah, that's cool. because I was going to heckin' game anyways. And this means I don't have to, like, avoid games that I should play on the community and all that. And, arguably, I'm not playing, I'm working. And, not arguably, getting paid. By me being here, I am increasing my revenue right now. So, win, 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 nothing but winning the whole way down. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, good productive day, good on energy. And I'm just trying to get to the point of not letting stream streaks get that. You load Twitch's URL generation for clips. How it's just a bunch of random words mashed together, followed by a random series of letters and numbers. Hey, it's better than, hey, Tater, how's it going? Ooh, was it Humble? Yeah, it's better when Humble has, outsourced their whole partnership thing with content creators, and the links they have you use now. Those links are like, oh, I am getting a virus right now. Clicking this link, straight up getting a virus. And they're legitimate links, but they look extremely sus. That is part of why when Humble dropped a whole lot of us, I didn't bother trying to get back into the program. Like, I've made a little bit on it, but they changed the terms, so the rate is way worse than it was before. The link looks super sus. It's third party now, so everything looks kind of not good. And this is coming on the tail end of them doing a massive layoff at Humble and just shutting down their entire publishing department without even letting the games know that were being published by that publishing department, that they no longer had a publisher until it went into effect. And so Humble as a company, kind of on my I'm not too happy about them list. Like, they've been That's what I thought. I could tip myself forward by lifting those up. Yeah, Humble is very pray we don't change the terms more. I think, like, for as much as, like, aw, you know, woe is me, look what they did to the creators. As much as that sucks for me, that's not the one that upsets me. It's what they did to groups like the devs behind Coral Island and all that, where, like, literally Coral Island had just released. There's a couple games just about to come out. I'm enjoying Farm Sim 25 a whole lot. We've been playing it for, like, the last 6 days or something like that. I had a little bit of early access since I am a Giants partner, but we've been playing it since then. All right, come on. I know this is my fault. There we go. But yeah, so it was one of those things. What they did, for those who don't know, so Humble, the parent company. So when you look at, you know, Humble Bundle and all of that, there's a parent company called Humble, and then underneath it was the Humble Bundle stuff. There's the Humble Publishing and all those. So the parent company did a big layoff, and that included the entirety of their publishing department. So they had a bunch of games that had just recently released that were published through them. And when you say published, they're not the developers. They're the ones who basically offered resources for marketing and yada, yada, yada. Usually when you do that, there's all sorts of legal terms that say, like, hey, you have to go through us for this, this, and this, and all that kind of nonsense. A lot of legal stuff goes in there. Humble Dyewood sold IGN. Then you quit buying their stuff. Yeah, so Humble went and they cut it, but there's also games that hadn't quite released, that they're like 90-something% done with the game, that the developers were actively working on the game still. And again, these developers don't work for Humble. They were developing their own product and got approached by Humble, and Humble said, yeah, we'll throw some money to help you make this happen. And they got all sorts of legal agreements with Humble and all that. And it was just kind of one of those things that they said, yep, we're shutting down the Humble Publishing. or no, they laid off the entirety of the Humble Publishing. They didn't quote-unquote shut it down, and then they outsourced it all. And then the issue is all these games are like, we don't even legally know what we're allowed to do right now. Like, we're obligated to go through this thing that doesn't exist, but kind of exists. And they're not giving us the resources we need, and we don't know what to do to navigate it. And so really screwed a lot of indie devs. And one of those was Coral Island, which is a game that people have been around know that I absolutely adore, and I think the devs for that game were absolutely wonderful. And honestly, with where it released early and wasn't in the best of shape when it went release, I think that was Humble Publishing's doing. I think Humble Publishing said, you're out of time, deliver, because of whatever garbage they had going on in their thing to line up for selling. Or not selling, shutting down. They didn't sell. I'm gonna drop these two off and grab the other two. And so I feel like that was one of the cases that what likely happened is they kind of got screwed by their publisher. Which is nothing new, unfortunately. And that's not saying nothing to do with Humble. I don't really know much on the Humble publishing side. But that's nothing new for a game to just not be ready for delivery. And the publisher's basically like, well, we promised our shareholders it would be done by now, so it's done now. Ship it. That happens entirely too much. That's what happened to No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, they want to put all these features in, and it was just not ready. And Sony went in and went, hey, it's time. At least, that's the rumor. I shouldn't say I know that for a fact. That is heavily implied to have been the case. Yep, and then the devs get flack and the publisher gets none. Fortunately, people are getting better about that. That more and more and more indie game devs are coming out and saying, hey, this is being released in this state because we were... And they always have to, like, walk on eggshells with it, because usually there's all sorts of stipulation in their contracts about what they can and cannot say about the publisher, and that they can't be disparaging of them. And some of them, it's just because they get screwed so bad, don't care. And they'll be like, yeah, whatever, like, you've already ruined our business. So I need wood beams and long planks, and I need 6,000. So that's 6 pallets each. I cannot carry 6 pallets. 3 is going to be pushing it. But we'll see what we can pull off. Alright, because we're just trying to get this set up so that the next stage of the temple is going. But yeah, nuts, like, especially ones like Sony have started getting a more and more and more public reputation about not being the best publishers to go with, and if you don't have to make a deal, maybe don't. And it's hard, because sometimes that can be a thing that can make a game from not going to be happening to much better to go with a publisher. Publishers do serve a positive purpose. There's just a lot of ick in there as well. Fortunately, it seems like more and more people, especially in the indie dev scene, are getting smarter and smarter about having resources to help others know that, you know, that, like, publishers are doing, like, that publishers are a lot of bad news, so make sure to have, like, certain stipulation in your contract, such as, like, if the publisher drops your game, you retain all rights to that item and all, like, everything. Like, basically, if the publisher ditches you, it reverts back to you being the sole owner of it. And stuff like that. You know, whatever the clause is. They didn't know that. It seems strange that they'd shoot themselves in the foot like that with No Man's Sky, and their abysmal launch, so I wouldn't be surprised if the publisher's fault. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, Hello Games, to my knowledge, has never gone on the record to say, oh, Sony did this to us. Because, again, more than likely in their agreement, they physically cannot talk about it. Because that's usually part of all of those kind of agreements, is you may not talk about details of the agreement. But there has been a lot of rumblings from people who used to be at Hello Games, or people who had insider knowledge, which, you know, you gotta take all of that with a grain of salt. But there were a lot of rumblings that there were pressure from Sony that they had a hard release date and they were rolling out on it, even though the game wasn't quite ready. Which I have a tendency, especially to believe in that case, with what has happened with No Man's Sky since it's released, and no longer as beholden to Sony under its publishing. I think they broke away and kind of went their whole thing. Yeah, the Helldivers and the PSN network requirement. Yep, that is another one where it got pretty public out there, where they didn't physically say, "Oh, this is 100% Sony doing this to you," but it's pretty heavily implied. Real heavily implied. And it's not like Sony's the only publisher out there that's got problems. Unfortunately, I'd say there's more not good publishers than bad. Especially nowadays that there's a lot of publishers who won't even be willing to work with you until you're like 90% done, and they'll just get you across that finish line. And there's still a lot of value there. Oh man, those beams are so expensive. So that's all 6 right there. That's all 6 right there. Let's see what I can get away with. I very much doubt I can get away with 6. I think that's going to be at the range where I go to pick it up and the tractor's just going to lean forward and we're not going to move. I might try for all 6. If I could line this up with this little ramp here.
Hello there.
Yeah, no, Sony put out the formal apology after they kind of got caught in the whole thing. Yep. And they're just like, "Oh, we're so sorry, we're learning, but, you know, that PSN's still required." Accidental stream? No, deliberate stream. I got what I wanted done, and I was like, I could stream. And this is also me kind of rebelling against the whole... I've allowed stream streaks to keep me from scheduling, you know, like doing off-schedule streams that much. Can you not stack? I can. But what I want to do is I want to put these against the wall because I'm going to try and grab all 6. So my plan is, and it's probably a terrible plan, like I recognize this, my plan is to shove, I'm getting stuck on them, to shove 4 of these along the wall so I have two on each side, 2 deep, and then put the other one centered on the middle. That's the plan, because my hope is what that will accomplish is I can use the ones in the middle to kind of lock the other ones down. Don't do that, please. I'm gonna spend like half an hour just trying to finagle these the way I want. I used to drive forklifts. I don't think I'm forklift certified anymore. I don't remember if those expire or not. What we're doing here is definitely not something that would be okay. But hear me out. Video games. That's actually getting a bit on track. I might just try and do it side and side. Because I'm realizing trying to get the one in the center. Would you? There we go. So, who thinks I'm gonna get it down the ramp successfully? I'm not even gonna humor the do I get it to the end goal without any problems. Who thinks I can get it just outside of this building and still intact? Because I don't know about the rest of you, but my confidence is low. Do we want to do a prediction? It's gonna take me a hot minute to just get these lined up. We could do a quick prediction, like a little 2-3 minute one if someone wants to type that up. I'm trying to see how I can even straighten this out to work. I think I'm gonna have to do is grab you and scooch it up. And we'll have the rule being once I get it on the forklift, that's when we officially start. Once I get on the forklift, we officially start. That's all 6 on the forklift, by the way. We officially start. This is so bad. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? Stop shrimping. It's not letting you hit redeem. Weird. I didn't disable it or anything. Oh, it's your phone. Okay, I gotcha. Alright, let's just adjust the ones up here. Actually, if I shove you just a little bit, we can straighten this out a little bit better. You achieved a new understanding of all that. There you go. Bentley's gotcha. Can't wait to get it. Yeah, it'll be good times. Alright, well. I'll quickly put up a prediction real fast. So, we're going to start a prediction. How far will we make it? Now, make it is, if I have to stop and put them back on, I've failed. We won't make it down the ramp. Oh. We'll say for to the ramp. Or not. So I'm trying to think of like for what how I'm going to word it for not getting out of the building. Not out of the building. That'll do. First intersection. More than halfway the whole way. And we will set that for 2 minutes. So, the criteria of we didn't make it is once the first box falls off or I otherwise have to stop to go and put the things back out. It does fit through the door. I might have to finagle it, but it does fit through the door. So not out of the building straightforward. It means I just don't successfully get out of the building. It starts once I pick them up. Until I pick them up, we're good. But once I pick them up and I start rolling, it's game on. But if I have to stop to recollect them in any way, whether it's just one falls off or they split off and I have to like reorient them or whatever, that's when we've said I haven't made it. So you have not getting out of the building. The first, are you picking them up at the side like that? Yes. I am picking them up straight on as you see them. The first intersection, which is going to be, we get out of the building and we get all the way down to where I have to turn right. more than halfway. I don't know exactly where that is. It'll probably be like the second intersection or something like that. And then the whole way means I make it to the temple, and I never have to adjust anything. I know where my money would be, which I won't share. But, you know, you got 2 minutes to put some points down to see how it goes. How much longer do I have? I don't see the timer. I'm suspecting this is going to be those ones that like 99% of people are going to put the points down on the... You got about 20 seconds. Like, you're going to have people put a whole lot of points down on I'm going to get nowhere. You know, playing the odds, as it were. And you're going to have those people who's like, you know what? There's a chance. There's a chance he can get out of that building. If he gets out of that building, I just put a couple of points down here. I might win big today. Alright, so my forks are as wide as they go. And again, it doesn't count until we are actually lifted. So if I have to like reposition 2 or 3 times to get this right, that's fine. Once I start rolling out of here, that's... Do I have them all? I do have them all. And I am going to be trying as hard. I was actually waiting for that burning sun to go lift up and have the tractors go bonk. And we are going out the building over there so no one sees me like try and be super cheesy and just go a completely different way than I've been going. I won't pull a gotcha to try to throw thing. I have real low confidence on this working out, because I think I'm gonna have to raise this higher to not hit that ramp, and I don't think I can raise them higher without the tractor just nosing down. What are your graphics setting? I am on high, I believe. So we are going to count as out of the building when I get down the ramp. I am going to back out slightly to use the train side just to line up with the ramp. But we're going to say out the building the way I'm trying to go, not... Don't you do that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That one on the left is not looking happy. Oh, please don't change my camera like that. Am I gonna cost a lot of people some points? It's gonna be... I'm gonna have to lift to back it up or it's gonna fall off. We did this yesterday. Ah, it just popped off. Yeah, no, they're actually too wide for the door because I didn't get them centered right. Yeah, so prediction did end without getting outside the building, because I wasn't quite centered right. So yesterday we actually did the long ones like that, side by side, but because when I put them on this time, they were just too far apart from each other, it was too wide for the door. So, good on the people who eyeballed that. Okay, so thank you for whoever actually handled, which one of the mods actually handled that for me. I appreciate that. I'll just see if I can push them the whole way like that, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to take the right one and like squeeze it out the door and then swing the other one around. Yeah, no, I tried and then it got to like the extra, like that little spot there. Okay, so let's go and get past this curve real fast. You know, honestly, for as long as we have to fight that, we'll come back. That was the safe bet to go with the not gonna get out the door. That's kind of what I thought was gonna happen. But hey, I did try real hard. Yeah, sure, we'll pretend that's on there. Need longer forks? I agree. As I immediately drop that. The tread marks in the lumber is decoration, as well as the big chunks out of it where I just nose it down to the concrete all at once. That doesn't surprise me that went about as well as it did. Autoloader mod when? See, this is the kind of thing I really don't mind using the forklift and all that for. The place where I start getting annoyed by the lack of autoloader is like if you're doing carrots or something, you got like the dozens of boxes laying around, or you've got like 2 or 3 greenhouses and going. It's about the 3rd or 4th time you're like, I am picking up like 20 something pallets every single day, and you're just like, you know what I don't want to do? That. Yeah, so we can drop these off, and that'll be this set done. We can go back for the other 3, get them dropped off, and then we'll just have the beams. I'm not sure I can afford the beams. If I can't, I can't. That'll just be what it is. But we'll see where we're at with that. I have no idea the size of the pallets or whatever for the beams. But yeah, so if we get this done, that'll be stage 2 of the temple. Is it psychologically... Oh, let's see. Psychologically okay if you put a beer in the fridge at the front of the aisle they're at? What? Put a beer where you want, man. As long as it's not like putting a beer into like the side of a running motor or something like that. Like, as long as you're not breaking any laws or doing something extraordinarily dangerous, then... I mean, I don't know why I'd even care. But you go to put a beer in the oven, you can do it. I wouldn't advise it. It's going to explode, but, you know, your choice. Ruin your oven. Probably wouldn't ruin your oven, but probably would make a horrible mess of your oven. Either way, probably don't do that. Like, don't put your beer in the microwave. That'll make it go boom. Supermarket Sim psychologically okay. I mean, literally Supermarket Sim, it makes no difference. Like, literally all you have to do is have, can the customer reach this item? Yes, then it's okay. There's meta strategies and all that, depending on how the AI works and yada yada yada. But it's not a psychological thing. One, a chicken beer and over rocks? What? In a chicken beer over rocks. I do know people who cool their beers and all that when they're camping. by going to their local body of water. That's not in R. Well, in a chicken, beer, and over rocks. Oh, so you're using it like... Right, I got you. So you're using, like, you're doing, like, not beer battered, but you're doing, like, where you, like, where you do, like, beer dogs and that kind of thing. Right. I gotcha. I mean, I guess that would be fine. You'd have to be careful about where everything ruptures and everything. Every liquor place you've worked at in Australia, if you put a warm beer at the front of the shelf, customers will walk in, into the cool room, open the fresh box, and take out cold cans. Boxes said. Places that refuse to put the warm beer in the back of the shelf don't last long there. I mean, that would make sense. If you were going into, like, the freezer of a place, or, like, the fridge of a place, and you go to grab something out there that's very distinctly, whether it's beer or soda or whatever, it's, like, very distinctly, like, room temperature to warm, you'd probably be like, nah, man. And so you'd either go and try and see if one of the other ones is cold, or you'd just be like, never mind, I'm gonna get something else. I've definitely gone once or twice in a store where they'd just restocked the store after it gotten, like, cleared out, and they didn't have anything cool, or, you know, the freezer was broken, or fridge was broken, or whatever. And yeah, usually that's my answers. Unless I'm, like, really in need of liquid, and there's just not another option, it's usually be like, alright, well, I'm just gonna get something else that's cold, or I'll just wait. Alright. Hey, no passing. But yeah, so for goal right now is we're gonna try to go get the Temple Stage 2 lined up. And mostly it's gonna be make what money we can in advance till the point we can get our rice. Because that alone, if we get just those objectives done, I actually don't know if Stage 2 is done or not. I don't imagine it is. I imagine it's probably 3 stages, but I don't know for a fact. But if we can get through just that today, that could potentially knock off 3 of our objectives. Realistically, I think we get 2 objectives done today. I feel pretty good that we are going to get our harvesting done today. Alright, so how do I salvage this? So if I go over here to this one, we pick it up way off-centered. I'm going to need to adjust that farther. Stack of 3 high, you can make it. Man, I got more to haul. Don't you come rolling through here like that. This isn't a driveway. This isn't a. I mean, it is a driveway actually. This is a parking lot, man. This isn't a roundabout. No through traffic. I need to get this a little bit better lined up. There we go. Hey, what the? Red car? I could back off and give you time, but I'm not going to. You're an awful person. I'm gonna have to, because I'm not gonna be able to line this up at all. I'm being stubborn because this red car just, like, slammed into me for no reason. So I could back off, just give them the space, but we're not doing that. They get to wait. I was really hoping I was far enough off that... There we go. Yeah, the red car can suck it. Exactly. I'm not the one who started being toxic. It was the red car. I followed through. Yeah. For example, yeah, on a really busy day, it can be impossible to keep the shelves full with individual six-packs. But it's also common here in Australia for liquor stores to have full walk-in fridges, where slabs, box of 24 cans are kept, so that even if the shelves aren't full, there's always a cold stock. Yeah, you have that here depending on where you go as well. Like sometimes you'll have like the little, you know, like beer cave or whatever you want to call it in the gas station. Those will usually run out pretty bad. But when you go like the proper like liquor store, grocery store where they have like the beers, they usually will have stuff stored in the fridge in the back, or in a separate area where they can just grab it and bring it around. So you're bringing out cold product to begin with. Man, a gas stations just usually don't have the capacity for that. So if it's not something like milk that needs to be stored in the fridge, it doesn't. When you're at like low capacity. Alright. So then after this, I'll have 6 pallets of the wood beams, and then we'll be done with the temple for now. Oh, don't do that. I thought you harvested already? I did not harvest, I seeded. So I planted the rice, but I harvested in August. I did harvest before Dare Drop started, but, you know, that doesn't count. That's actually one of the things I was going around with the Dare Drop stuff. They're like, hey, we're having real problems where people already did something that was a Dare Drop, and then just claiming it, like, retroactively, and it's like, yeah, we will ban you if you try and submit that. Like, please don't do that. You know, everything here should be on the up and up. The game devs want something, you want something, we want something. Everyone can win here. Which I think is the absolute appropriate response. Like, if you're saying, hey, get $1 million in your account in the game, and I just boot up a save that already has $1 million and says, yep, got it. That's kind of a jerk move. Like, I don't know, like, if you're doing a long-term save and you already had $1 million in there and you wanted to do that Dare Drop, there's got to be a way you could, like, you know, honorably do it. Like, maybe you already have the $1 million, but you just spend yourself down to like 500,000 and earn your way back up. And so it's, you know, it's not really meeting what their expectation is, but it's still, you know, honoring it kind of thing. Because it doesn't say like you have to start a new save or anything like that. Like they're usually nowhere near that strict. Like the verbiage of have $1 million in your account is literally the verbiage they give us. Alright, so I'll either be able to buy 2, maybe 3 pallets of the beams at a time. I'm not sure. Oh, also, I was going to check, before we get over there, were there contracts I could chuck a worker on to be making us some money while I'm doing this? I should have checked this at the beginning. 10,000 to have you do the hoeing? That's good money. So we'll go ahead and... yeah, so it won't matter which one. So we're going to borrow that. And we're going to accept that. So that's for $20,000. Because I'm going to toss them in the field and have them work it. Which will probably mean I'll have to pay like a couple thousand... you know, a couple $1,000s worth of wages for them to finish this. But that'll still be a bunch of money we can make while we're doing this. Let's see, yeah, changing the verbiage to earn $1 million would be better defined, as even the long-term save, you could do the whole, there's a starting bank balance. Yeah, no, I think so. But usually with the dare drops, they're not, because of how many different games they deal with, I don't think they do get to sit down and, like, very carefully be like, here's the exact much for everything. So I kind of have to take some of it where it's like, okay, we can only do so much to deal with that. Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things. But I also imagine it's one of those things, if you did run into that player who was doing that, because, you know, you're a content creator, you sign up for Dare Drop, they take a look at your account and they go... And they're pretty reasonable. You don't have to be a big channel to do Dare Drops. I've seen no shortage of channels that are like 15, 20 viewers doing it. Like, I don't know what the actual requirements were, but I want to say they're relatively low. Now, Dare Drop also does, like, proper sponsorship sometimes, which we don't have one of those going on, but they have done them for us in the past. Like, one of our Timberborn sponsorships was through Dare Drop, whereas the other ones were through Timberborn themselves, and there's another website called Lurk It, which is... A lot of these websites you're hearing me mention, all you gotta think about is the games and the publishers come to the website, and they say, hey, I'm looking for people to sponsor for my game. I want a bunch of people to, play the game, and they'll have, like, whatever stipulations they got there. Say, yeah, I want people who normally play city builders, or I want them to have a certain number of CCV, or I want them to be XYZ, whatever their requirements are. And then that website will go, okay. And then they'll turn around, they'll go, all right, creators out there. Here is the list of opportunities we have right now. And some of them, they will go like, hey, you individually, we think you're a good fit for this opportunity, if you're willing. And you always get the chance to say yes or no, and get, like, the details. And other times they'll be like, okay, here's Timberborn, we're looking for people with... These are made-up numbers here, so don't hold me accountable. We're looking for someone who has 50 CCV, on average, to play a 2-hour stream, and just let us know what your rate is. And we let them know our rate, and they go, okay. And then they, there's a back and forth between the creator and the publisher or whoever on, like, negotiating rates or whatever. And, assuming everything's on the up and up, they go, cool, money gets put into escrow, that way you can't get stiffed by the people in either direction, and you do your time, and then when it's all said and done, they're like, cool, you get paid. But there's a ton of those websites out there. Some are good, some are bad. Some you get more in line with market rates than others. Some you get underpaid pretty badly. And it's all just, like, navigating that. So wood beams. Alright. So I cannot buy... So we already know I can't buy 4. So if I buy them in sets of 3, that means I have 2 trips. Because no matter what, if I can't get 6 all in one trip, it doesn't matter. But if I buy it in 3, I should have plenty of money to deal with our contracts. Okay. Well, that didn't help. There we go, pushed it right back on. I think these are slightly longer than my long planks. They don't... Oh, that's weird. I could really flippy-floppy the one on that side. I'm not lined in right. I keep catching on those electrical boxes over there on the right. I have a strategy. It's not good, but I'm gonna do it anyways because I'm stubborn. Ah, I didn't. There we go. Perfect. Just as intended right from the beginning. Let's just drive off really quickly off the side. Pick up the one we dropped. Meanwhile, the engineer building the temple's like, what the hell happened to all these beams? There's all these big chunks in them from like slamming into brick walls and all that. Alright, so this would be good. So you drop these off real fast, then I do one more lap of these, and that's the entire temple stage 2 done. By then, we'll probably have the first of those 2 fields hoed. So that'll be good. So these are definitely heavier than the long planks. I've already seen twice now that the tractors stopped and bounced up because the weight's so much heavier on the front. Yeah, that's why that was swinging around weird. Yeah, so you can like see every so often when I go over a little bump, the tractor kind of settles for just a moment. Wait, was that my turn? No, that was not my turn. Okay, we're fine. All right. So hopefully we're getting kind of through the main stages. I wouldn't be surprised if we have another stage after that. The store pickup doesn't seem well designed, almost as if Giants playtesters didn't look at it. I mean, I don't know. Like, the train stop side of it seems relatively okay. I think it's one of those things that not many people buy stuff from the warehouse. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was one of those things that, like, it just wasn't seen as that big of an issue. Now, granted, I'm buying it to build a temple, and that's a logical thing to be done here. But I think in all of the time I played Farm Sim until this, I think I bought stuff from the warehouse, like, twice. Like, it's good that it's there. I don't think it's bad that it's there, all that. I think my only grievance with it is I do feel like the sell point should be farther from the front door. Because, like, the very first time I went to back out and it was smooth, I backed out right across the sell point and sold back the things I just bought. I was pretty salty about that one. But that should be a pretty easy change if they wanted to do it. You just, you know, whatever they use for their map editor, just delete sell point, go like this far to left, drop back down. Or even if they could change the coordinates, just take the coordinates of the sell point, just shift it however many units farther back in the parking lot, and it should be fine. Because then you'd go up, you'd turn to the side, and you just have to drive like halfway across the parking lot, versus like having to like be very careful, like shimmy around it. Yeah, so that one being that way doesn't bother me much. Move it. Yeah, you could also add like bollards or something between the pickup and drop-off points. I didn't make money on that, right? I'm not reading that right? I should have made money on that, because I'm buying and selling in the same day. It was like, what is it, wood beams? Yeah, wood beams. Yeah, no, I'm definitely... Yeah, no, I'm losing money. I'm losing about 400 a unit, so I only lost about 1,000, which is why it didn't stand out as much. It might have been while I was driving there, something at the greenhouse sold or something like that. Because it's like, wait a second, I have like $400 more. I should be losing money. It's probably I just sold like some garlic or something in the meantime. So let's grab our last stack of beams, and then Temple Phase 2 is done so far as me dropping off. It still has to take like a day or two or however long to process the actual building. And that's fine. I think the reality of how you'd want to do this if you're not doing the challenge run like I am is we would just buy a flatbed and just buy all the, like, maybe you probably wouldn't be able to do like all the cement, beams, and wood in all one run just because of the weight, but you'd probably be able to do it in like 2 runs for all of it. Like one run that is nothing but the cement, and then the other run that's like the long planks and the beams, and just roll it all out there as one big delivery. But for me right now, I don't have that kind of money. We can barely afford to do what I'm doing as is. Like I am basically wasting a couple $1,000 each day just getting this done. No, I need to go across farther, don't I? Yeah, gotta go down there. Okay, so this is the last trip for this into today's in-game day. We're pretty far on our field down there. We're really not spending money very fast on that worker either. So I'm not gonna try and milk it for every dime it's worth. We're gonna try and make a bit of money here and there, and like the occasional. We're gonna be a little bit more picky choosy on our contracts than we have been, because previously I was only I was grabbing like basically every contract that wasn't outright terrible. And now we're gonna be a little bit more like, okay, this contract's $10,000. Sure, I'll do a $10,000 one. This contract's like $2,000. Maybe not. Like, you know, and it's the amount of work versus pay, not the outright pay. Because if I get one that's like $2,000, but it would take me all 5 minutes to do it, I'll take that. But if it's one of those ones that's like, oh yeah, it's $2,500, it's gonna take a good 20 minutes, nah, that's fine. We'll advance the days, keep things rolling. Mostly just because I want to get to the point where we are farming more and more of our own stuff and less contracting everyone else's stuff. Okay, so wood beams, 3. Alright. And that's it. After that gets delivered, we are done with stage 2 of the temple. Oh man, I think I put the pictures on, oh, I still didn't share those pictures from TwitchCon. That's fine. I need to remember to do that. I've been asked for pictures from TwitchCon a good number of times, and I keep forgetting, because it always when I get the reminder, I'm either live or I'm not home. Yeah, that'll do. I need to get those uploaded. But one of the things I did post on Discord from TwitchCon was they did have a PC case that was Pacific Drive themed and was amazing. I wouldn't want it because I imagine it would have problems because of like cooling and all that with all the stuff on it. That's fine. I'll deal with you in just a moment. But yeah, no, it was just this really cool case where they had like the case is designed to look like a hill with the station wagon with all the stuff on it, and you know, all like little Easter eggs and all that from the whole thing all over it. Alright, so we gotta stay away from that. That's the one I was like, I would like them to move that. That box right there. You know, honestly, a better place for that is don't put it here, put it around the other side. So, like, kind of where that gray car is facing by those parking spots. Put it over there. It'll be way far away from literally everything else. You won't have to worry about accidentally rolling through it because you got to go the whole way around. I mean, maybe they don't put it there because you need to access the train stop or something, but I haven't used a train stop, so. Alright, let's reset ourselves. Get this to the temple. And we will be good there. But yeah, so like put it somewhere else in the parking lot or something. I mean, worst case, you go in the map editor and you add just like a little bit more parking lot to shove it around the corner or something like that. I don't think it's dire, like it needs to urgently be dealt with, but it is just one of those things that I'm like, I think the way most people are going to build the temple is most people who actually make that a priority will probably go and just get a sawmill and then, you know, do their sales from the sawmill at the temple because it's a better rate. And then I guess they would build the place for the cement as well. Yeah, we probably burned, I would say, 10,000 on the temple would be my guess. 12,000. Between the buying stuff and then selling it and losing a couple hundred here and there. Between both the first and second stage, I mean, not just the second stage. Alright, and this will be really nice to finally be free from working on this for a minute. We will check in with the cultivating stuff. So the next things to consider for our purchases is, I think our next purchase is going to be buying that other plot of land that there's the rice on, so we can expand our rice production. That way we're, you know, for those who missed my estimate, it was going to take us roughly 100 in-game years to pay off the equipment we bought to work on the existing rice field if I never expanded. Obviously, that's not going to work because that's 100 years. But, if I go and I get those fields, that'll be about triple our produce, which means it goes from 100 years to, like, 30 years. Hey, Quesadilla, thank you for the 100 biddies. I wonder why I didn't get the alert. Maybe it's just slow. But I really do appreciate the 100 biddies. Does mean a lot. I am worried as to why my alert didn't trigger on that. No, Twitch API caught it. We'll give it a minute and see if Firebot's just running slow. Unless it played and I just failed to notice it. But I do really appreciate that support. Wouldn't be able to, Twitch hiccuped? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, is something hiccuped. When I drop these off, I could try manually firing the alert and see what happened. Yeah, I didn't think it played either, because it has, like, it's not a loud alert or anything, but it does have a sound. I try to avoid having particularly loud alerts. Okay, so let's try here if I push it manually.
Yay.
Hey, there we go, I did it manually. But thank you again for those biddies. I really do appreciate it. Because like all the bot stuff worked, it just didn't go through. Okay, so it should be all of it. If I do look at this, it should say the amount in storage and the amount required are the same. That it does. They're in different orders, weirdly enough, but that's fine. For right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave that there. What other contracts do we have? Are there any other contracts I want to knock out right now? Actually, before we do that, okay, we're fine on all those. So we are doing the 2 tracks there. I'm not doing that wood pickup one. Not gonna worry about the fertilizer. Not gonna worry about the spraying. Yeah, so well, actually the weeding's good. Yeah, the weeding will be good because I can also do this where I got the really big equipment here. All right. Which field am I weeding? I am weeding field 37, so it's the one over here on my right. And then what I'll do is I'll start this tractor weeding for me. I'll switch over to the other tractor that's right around to finish its field, take it to the next field, and work on that myself. And then we can just work through all those. But I'll probably just do these fields here. You want a hand there, friend? Alright, well, I guess I'm doing this field. AI does seem to be having a difficulty understanding what is happening with this field, so switch you over to steering assist. Meanwhile, you finished what you were doing. So then the other field I need, that one is 7, which is just down by the shop. So I believe 7's just over here. Yeah, because this will be a quick way to give us a little bit more money to work with. That'll be good. Yeah, so 7's just down there. Yeah, 7's right over here. So we'll be able to do that, get ourselves a little bit extra money. And then once we get these handful of fields done, it'll be time to just advance the day. Because like I said, we're going to be a bit pickier about our contracts right now. We're going to mostly stick to ones that are relatively quick but decent pay. Cool, you're starting yours. Alright, so we want to lower that. And I'll deal with this field myself since it doesn't want to detect the field border. Alright. I didn't check. Were there any sales we cared about today? Not really. I mean, they're not bad sales, but I don't have that kind of money. Like, I can get this scoop, but I'm not going to bother with the scoop. But yeah, so it should take 1 or 2 in-game days for Temple Stage 2 to get done. We have, I believe, 3, 4 in-game days until I can harvest the rice. And it'll probably just pop in here real fast and, you know, get all this stuff done. Do I stick to just the relatively quick, good-paying contracts? We shouldn't have to wait, like, too extremely long to get each day done. Versus before, where it was kind of exhausting every contract that wasn't just outright terrible back to back to back. It was just taking us a lot of time to get through. And terrible just means the amount of effort going in versus the payout. So, for example, a lot of your carrots and parsnips and all that, they kind of require 2 people to work because getting the AI to cooperate to drop off the stuff is a little rough. Especially where sometimes it tries to give you like a really tall trailer. And, you know, with a second player, like human player, that's workable. You know, if you're willing to be patient. But with the AI, trying to like go over there and be like, no AI, adjust your little arm. You're just better not. I would generally recommend, if you are playing solo, be very careful about what you choose to do when it comes to the carrots and parsnips. They can be done, but instead of getting like the really big harvester that has no reserve built into it, consider a different one. And make sure your trailer is a large but squatty trailer, because that'll just make it way easier to collect your goods. I'm trying to think of what crop I want to do after the rice, because I think what we'll do is we'll have those 3 fields of rice, and then at that point we might consider trying to adjust to something else. generally speaking, if I'm trying to be as lucrative as possible, if I'm only focused on getting the $1 million in the account, what I would want to do is instead of switching up crops, I would probably want to try and set up a production line, which honestly we probably could do. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. Either go and get the grain mill or the oil mill in town. Either or, it doesn't matter. Like either one would be fine. Get that and start selling through that. Because then I can just take the rice, drop it off in there, and just set it to auto sell. We'll take the hit because I won't be manually selling it myself. For those who don't know, there's kind of 2 different hits you get in your profit when you automatically sell. So like with the greenhouse where I'm just saying, hey, just sell that for me. I don't want to deal with it. There is a penalty you take for doing it that way, where it just takes a bit off the top, and it's a pretty decent chunk, but just takes right off the top. But then there's a second one is because you're just selling it whenever, without considerations of, is this the time of year to sell, like, is the price high, low? It just sells at what's there. You do take both those hits. Now, for right now, I'm just accepting those hits and taking them as is, because I don't have a trailer to load them all up onto to drive them to the relevant place when it's time and yada yada. We should certainly do that eventually, but I actually haven't even looked at what the trailers are going to be like on this one. What my options are. I probably should. So we go here. Yeah, so... yeah, we could take one with that. Yeah, that'd be the one for the pallets. That'd be one we'd probably want. So it's 30,000 for a trailer. But that's a trailer that goes on a semi, which means you're 30,000 plus probably like 70,000. So you're talking 100,000 for me to get a truck and a trailer to be able to haul stuff at that volume. I can get a much smaller trailer for hauling pallets to drag behind the tractor. That wouldn't be bad. I could probably put like 4 easily, 8 with a little bit of work on it kind of trailer. But, you know. Because that's the flatbed trailers. We would take this trailer. And I believe we look at this one, for example. I can reconfigure it. That's a bale trailer right now. So you can make it a flat trailer. Yeah, so for pallets, I think it's the semi. Let's see how much the truck itself would cost if we went that route. Oh, there's one for 40. Oh, actually. Oh, I forgot you existed. I forgot there was actually just like, or are those new? So we've got ourselves a truck that can carry pallets that are much smaller. Okay. So okay. So that gives me two options. One is I can get a standalone truck that I could throw a couple of pallets on, and those are running like, it looked like it was like 45, 60,000. I did notice the cheapest semi-truck front was running like 45,000, plus the back would be like 80,000. I think between that I'd probably get the dedicated, probably get the dedicated semi. I think we get the dedicated semi, because then I can have it with the trailers. We can load those up pretty heavily before they start to be a problem. We're not to the point well, actually... So, we are currently making all the wood stuff and the greenhouse stuff, which we have the 2 different greenhouses. There is an argument to be made for no longer automatically selling through the greenhouses once I get those trucks. And then that being potentially more lucrative in the short term than buying the extra fields, because it's almost the same price as getting those extra fields, because they're like 80-something thousand. So it'd be a little bit less crop, but we would then load up the higher value goods using the forklift front on our tractor to put it on there to then sell at a better price, both the base price as well as the like holding it until it's the better season for selling. And with that, that would potentially get us, forward ready for when I pick up the next set of rice fields. I think the next purchase we would have after that is a production line that accepts the rice, which the good news is there's like 4 different production lines that can drop the rice off. It was, no, actually 5, because there was the canned goods, there's the preserved goods, there was the flour mill, the oil mill, and then there was the cereal place, all except rice as an input. I do kind of hope we get a larger rice seeder and a larger rice harvester. Like, they're not bad for the patties we get in the game to start with, but if you took like a field like this one here, that's intended for whatever crop. Like, I don't know how big, like, what limitations we have, but if you start making some like max size patties, like what you could practically accomplish, and you start putting like 4 or 5 of those down, I do think you'd eventually run to the problem where the seeders would start becoming an issue. Now, one other thing, though, is with the AI drivers now being able to tell them to skip a row or whatever, in theory, I could actually sit there and get 2 or 3 workers, get them lined up, and have 2 or 3 workers working the same field. I've not tested that to see how well that works. That's when I anticipate being one you got to do a lot of finagling to get it set up right and all that. But I think that would potentially be something that could be a viable workaround that isn't quote unquote cheating or whatever. But granted, using autoloader and downloading modded vehicles and yada, that's not cheating. That's just, making the game fun for yourself. Because I know for some, they don't want to rely on the workers, they want to do it themselves, but also there's some crops that they're just, the harvester or the seeder or whatever piece of machinery is just not big enough for them to enjoy. Oh, man. So, for those who haven't tried it before, if you've ever done the olives or the grapes in the game, they're a little finicky. You put down like the pegs, like run the lines of the orchard for them to grow along, and then you have a machine that makes kind of a U over the top of it, and you go over it. And if you get your lines fairly straight on flat land or fairly straight where you can work with it, it's not too bad. But if you don't be very careful, it's got any type of like wiggle to it, or there's elevation changes that are significant, it can be pretty rough to try and ride along those. It's they can get caught up on stuff pretty easily. I was just thinking about someone having like a modded version of that because they want to, get through the grapes faster. So they have like some weird harvester that's got like 3 different beams on it. And just watching someone have an exercise in frustration about trying to line all that stuff up perfectly so that, they're going straight at it. The various rows are perfectly lined up so it even work with it. The answer is that wouldn't work in that manner. You'd probably have a mod that just changes it so like you'd get like no clip through the grapevines or whatever. Like make them non-collidable so they can just go right over the top of them really easy without having to worry. Alright, just checking 1 or 2 things real fast. Okay. Just checking on stuff. As a reminder, at the end of the month, so last week of this month, we are participating in the RimWorld Hot Potato, which is a charity event for Doctors Without Borders that my stream team, the stream team I'm part of, not my stream team, I don't own it, the stream team I am part of is hosting Halcyon Frequency. For those who haven't seen the RimWorld Hot Potato before, it's a lot of fun. Even if you're like not the biggest RimWorld person, which I mean, it's a wonderful game in the most cursed ways, I guess. But with like the hot potato, it's a neat gimmick because one person will start a save file. They'll play for about 3 or 4 hours, and we'll usually have like an overarching goal. Like years in the past, it's been like we need to get as many potatoes as possible. There's been stuff to like try and launch the ship and yada yada yada. But the goal is you go through, and I work on a save file for about 3 or 4 hours, and then I save it, and I hand it off to the next person, who, you know, we raid over to there, and then they go and they start right where I left off, and they do their turn, and they do 3 or 4 hours, and they pass to the next person and raid into there, and you just keep that raid train going of that one save file, that one colony moving forward, but with having like 40 plus different creators jump in and do their segment towards that goal. And there's so much fun that comes down with it, because like you might have an event show up and you're like, all right, I already know how I'm going to handle that, and then you run out of time and you have to pass it on to the next person. They load up the safe file, they go, oh crap, there's this mech cluster, and so they have no idea that you've made a bunch of EMP grenades or whatever over there, and you're just going, oh man, how do we even deal with this? You'll have times that literally the save file get passed over, the person will open the save file, everything is actively on fire because someone was in the middle of like, you know, a spree of burning everything down, and just the timing, it is what it is, and you just open and you're like, well, I guess I get to figure this out. But it's good times. It's for a good cause. We've definitely had some ridiculous years. Last year's big thing that was the comical thing was people have all sorts of stuff, like if you donate $5, you can change the difficulty, or donate $10, I'll paint a painting, or donate $15, I'll name an animal after you, like whatever charity goals they each individually have. But we had a boom rat got, I think it auto-tamed, and a donation got the boom rat named after someone. And so we're like, okay, well, we're not gonna kill some, you know, someone gave money to have that boom rat named after, we're not gonna kill it. And later on, a second boom rat self-tamed, and the person wasn't aware that there was already a boom rat in the colony. And next thing you know, the boom rat population starts growing. And it sort of became the unofficial objective of the run. Like there was like the official stuff, which I think was to get as many potatoes as possible. But it kind of became the unofficial goal to get as many boom rats as possible, because there had been a couple of times that didn't look like the colony was gonna make it, and the boom rats, we had a couple of boom rats who saved the colony, and so it became this meme of just seeing how many boom rats we could get in this colony and keep it alive through the run, and it was wonderful and glorious, and many things happened. And for those unfamiliar with the event, you might be like, what happens if we lose? So the idea isn't supposed to be like this sweaty challenge run, so you have people be running at different levels of difficulties and all that, and that is all a-okay. But in the event, someone quote-unquote drops the potato, which is when, you know, you get the save and you die. What ends up happening is you revert to the last, like you revert to the save as you got it at the beginning, or like the last save, depending on that. But basically you're allowed to go back to when you were still alive to pick up where you left off. Because the whole point is raising money for charity. It's not being like, haha, I did this impossibly sweaty, challenging thing, because it's not. But it is a lot of fun. And a lot of the people participating, they do normally do hard, sweaty gameplay and all that. Then the blessed explosions of the boom rats happened. Yes. Wasn't that how the charity event ended? Was there like, okay, let's, you know, set off the boom rats or something like that? Okay, so we have the contracts. I'm gonna leave the contracts accepted for right now. I think you're down literally on the last row. Because you're not gonna be up much longer, getting up early tomorrow, and you'll stay till you're about to pass out. Hey, like, if you gotta sleep, man, don't, like, you know, do what you gotta do. Like, you never feel obligated. All right, well, I'm taking over from you because finish that row. Like, don't turn around and you distinctly have just this little strip here to finish. Wasn't it Wasted who did that? So, I know last year with the boom rats, you had once or twice that people got themselves in, like, real big trouble. They're like, oh, man, I'm not sure I'm not sure how the colony is gonna make it. So for one is like a desperate play, they zoned the boom rats into the way of the enemies to make them effectively into walking landmines. Which is when people were like, no, the boom rats must be kept because the colony was on the brink of the end. There was like one colonist still up and all that. And so they threw the boom rats at it, managed to get the attack to end, and you know, piece the shambles of the colony back together from that. And so, you know, it was kind of like they made like a little shrine or whatever for the boom rat that was the one that like finished the raid and all that. But it was just kind of one of these things that everyone wanted to keep the boom rats around. They added a room they called the boom room that someone paid money in charity to make a dedicated room for the boom rats. It was wonderful. But that's the kind of nonsense you end up with the RimWorld Hot Potato, that you'll have the run, it'll be a perfectly reasonable and normally planned run, and some event will happen, and people just kind of run with it. Fence them all in, throw them all out. I don't remember, like, I want to say at the end, it was one of those things that, like, at the very end, because there is like the signing off, kind of like the last person on the chain where, you know, we announce like, oh, here's how much we raised and yada yada. Like, you'll see the number going up the whole time, but that's where you have like the official, this event raised this much money, yada yada yada, the signing off. I do believe they exploded the boom rats at that point, if I remember correctly. Because, I mean, there was so many boom rats, they were really struggling to keep them alive in the first place. I also love that spawned in the RimWorld category for, like, the next month or two. A ton of people doing challenges to see how many boom rats people could keep alive. And it ended up being both people who would, like, only casually play RimWorld once in a while, as well as people who, like, they play RimWorld all the time. And there was the hero boom rat 36. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, was the one boom rat that, like, there was a raid, everything was on its end. It was like the boom rat that, like, ran up and got knocked, and when it, you know, it blew up, it turned the raid away, if I recall correctly. So they built like a little shrine for it and everything. And Jaywalker under 60 stream streak. Catch the last 60 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. Okay, so with that, we do have ourselves a nice solid $40,000. You're probably just ticking away here. Yeah, you're just ticking away. Okay, so with that, what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna teleport back home. 60 streams. Oh yeah, the stream streaks. It blows my mind, like the stream streaks, because even where people are like, oh well, it's only a 20 or 30 stream streaks. That's still watching every single stream in a month. Like that is not nothing. That is still significant. Let alone when you get the ones that are like getting to 200 and 300, you're like, that is a year that you have not missed a single stream, which is mind-blowing to me. Okay. So, let's check on these. They all still have plenty of supplies. The contracts are all pretty hot garbage today. Like, they're fine, but they're not rich enough for me to care about. We don't have anything on sale that I particularly care about right now either. Let's go take a peek at the temple. Okay, it's still just building the stage, so we haven't advanced the stage yet. Yeah, so I think we'll be able to do another day in the sawmill. You did it doubled when you lost. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. Like, the stream streaks are still beta. There's been a lot of discussion among creators about whether we think the stream streaks are going to stick around or they're just going to sunset it at some point or what they're going to do with it. Because they set those up And they really haven't done anything to update or maintain them at like a meaningful capacity since they set it up. So it is one of those things that people really like them, but I think there's been enough negative side effects with them too. Yeah, so I'm making about $5,000-$6,000 a day from the look of it, just passing time forward. I think there's been enough like negative feedback that that it's just not a priority anymore. Because like it does help encourage addictive behavior and all that, which wasn't intended, but people look at that going, yeah, maybe we don't. Okay, so sawmill needs to be topped off, as well as the greenhouses should probably be topped off. How's the rice doing? It's doing good. It still has like 2-3 months before it's ready. So what I think I am gonna do is actually first, let's go check the temple. That's fine. That's not how I plan to do it. So are you done and waiting for more? No, you got one more day. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to grab this. And what we're going to do is we're going to sell that tiny little water tank I've been using this whole time. I got some money. Let's get a bigger one. Or do we do that? So I need to do the lumber. And I need to do the water. Do I just do the little one and keep saving up for the land? What are we thinking, chat? Do I buy the bigger water tank, which is just a nice convenience for loading up the water? It makes it way less trips going forward. Or do I go and save up for the next tile of land to get a little, like, it won't be rice I can harvest this season, but we can get ourselves basically roughly 3 times the volume of rice. The land? Yeah, I think the land's the more correct answer. The land is going to be rice, because it's already set up for rice, and I have all the equipment for rice. So we're basically going to buy those 3. We've got one of them, but we're going to buy the other 2 rice fields on the west end of the map. That way I've got the 3 of them, so when it comes to planting season, I can just knock out all 3. Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, I think the more correct option is the land versus the more convenient option is the water tank. And we'll still get the water tank at some point. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll go and grab this. We will then turn around and I will go and drag a couple of trees into the sawmill till it's you know, near topped off. And then I'll go and grab the water tank that we've got, the little one, and I'll start doing the laps to top off the greenhouses. Yep. Joe, chat the train ride. I know you're saying that, but the problem is the train is raised up. There's only like one place I can go after the train at all. And the train doesn't do anything productive for me. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, all the water tank does is convenience. Like, it'd be one thing if I... Yeah, I mean, I don't have any of these I'd really want to cut loose on. I would say if one of those fields out there, if we had like a really good like harvesting contract, that would be one I could just toss the worker on it and just go back and forth. It's fine. I think the water filling up, because we're not waiting till it's empty, so it is going to be like 10 trips. The good news is it's 10 trips of about 10 feet. It's just go back, fill, drive forward, drop, go back, fill, drive forward, drop. Oh, right. I might have an issue with that. Because we have rice in our field now. We're gonna wait to actually, fill up the field with water again. Or sorry, the thing with water again until the crops are done. Because crop destruction is turned on. Oh, you're on that side. One moment. Okay, so I still say we top off the wood. We probably have a couple more in-game days till I'm out of water. So it does mean I'm putting off trips today for a couple more trips the next day, which is fine. I probably need to drag maybe 1 or 2 good-sized trees here. And that should be enough to make the lumber mill happy. I think it's right over here we were cutting down the trees. Yeah, so we got trees over here. Okay. Oh, man's truck's working again? Well, that's good. Okay, so just bringing some trees for our lumber mill. Okay. Because the lumber mill's one of the things bringing us the most money right now. It's just, at the moment, we are cutting down trees, we're not replanting and all that, so it's not sustainable. So eventually that's going to come back to bite us. But for the moment, it is a quick and easy way to make a little bit of extra money. They got all that. Yeah, no, it's always good when you have, like, a vehicle or any type of equipment that's been causing you a problem getting that back up and running. Let's grab these two. That's fine, we can just shift you forward a little bit. Then grab it from here. Alright, so now I got 2 things attached to the tractor. You can start dragging these back to the lumber mill. Okay. And we'll see how full we are up after dragging 3 trees in there. Yeah, so we're slowly chipping away at that for us for a little extra income. And pretty soon I'm going to need to repair this poor tractor. We have been completely ignoring its maintenance for like the last year or so. Oh. We have to attach the first one because of... Okay. Alright, so how are we doing on wood on that? Still not great. Does 99% load screen bugs are infuriating? I haven't had a 99% load bug screen. Are you saying it's like getting to 99% that it just never finishes? Is that the bug? Or is it just it gets to 99% and then you gotta wait a long time? Before it goes the last percent. Because having a weird percent thing, that's been a problem with computer stuff forever. Because most of those are just guessing how long they're gonna take, but they can't actually tell. Multiplayer server doesn't load at all? Gotcha. As a heads up, I can't speak for this version of the game. It has been a thing in Farm Sim for the longest time that if there is some kind of version mismatch on your mods, sometimes you will have it where it'll load up to a certain percent and not be able to finish. And that's usually a version mismatch thing. Now that said, that might not be the case of the 99% one. This is the first time hearing of it. But I do remember that was a thing in Farm Sim 22. That if you had a version mismatch in stuff, that was the result sometimes. You get to like 90-some%, it would just not finish. So all you can do is just leave. I was hoping to sneak it around there. Yeah, I think because it's so rigid. It'd also be less likely it's a version mismatch right now. Because it just came out, there's not that many versions of anything. Yeah, I played a little bit of multiplayer, but I haven't played enough. But like I said, I haven't personally run into it, so I don't know what to say, like... More than likely, the best way to get help with that is to post on the Giant Software website, on the forums. And there's probably already a thread there if it's a more than a one-off. And you might have people who can actually tell you what it specifically is, if it is something that you can resolve in your end, like, oh hey, have the person change this setting in the server, yada yada. Otherwise, it's also a good way to get it to Giant's attention if they aren't already aware. Because I'm sure they'll have questions being like, hey, like, what mods you're running, what all you got going on. Because sometimes it can be just like straight up a mod problem. Okay, cool. So we've got our sawmills full. Yeah, no, so definitely with Farm Sim, make sure you have your graphic drivers up to date as well. Very specifically, Farm Sim has had, like if your graphic driver's a couple months behind, a lot of people have had problems with that. Which falls a lot on the graphics driver side of things, but you get the idea. That's, I had really bad performance before it became available for everyone. And I just updated my graphics driver and turned off VSync, and I was pretty happy about it. Alright, so we've got that set up. We don't have any outstanding contracts going on. Just double check to make sure I'm being correct there. So we're good there. So with that, we're going to go ahead and advance. I'm going to double check this real fast. No, let's go check this. None I'm going to worry about right now. Let's go ahead and pop over to the temple. I don't think it'll be to the next stage or whatever's. Nope. So we'll teleport to where we can sleep at the farmhouse. And it's on to the next month. But that is one of those things. You'll notice when you're sitting there doing all of the contracts, or once your farm starts getting pretty big, it'll take a while for you to progress, like, in-game time forward, just because of how much different projects you're going, that you're, like, kind of waiting out the whole days and all that, which is fine. And there's a mower for cheap. Oh, that's interesting. So... in Farm Sim 22, when it came to your equipment for olives and grapes, they were separate machinery. In this one, we actually have a piece of machinery that does both. Okay. That's at least something. Save yourself some money on some equipment. So let's check our production lines. They're all fine for right now. Contract-wise, it's kind of the same stuff we did have just a minute ago. And next in-game month, we will be harvesting our rice. So everything seems to be perfectly happy. Yeah, you're still pretty close to full. So the one thing to check is what the temple looks like now. Maybe there's a rounding error and I need to bring one thing of the long planks to make it happy. It's not really part of the thing. It says long planks 0, but okay. I will buy one thing of long planks real fast and do that. I hadn't planned to, but if it's going to just sit there at 0... Yeah, no, I'll do that. I was going to be like, wait, do I want to wait till the next in-game month to do it? It's like, no, I really don't need to. Because the next in-game month, I'm going to be dealing with, like, the rice and a bunch of other stuff. At least I have lots of contracts here. So what I'm going to quickly do here real fast is we're going to run over there, we're going to grab one thing of the long planks. So it should be easy to just grab it, run real fast over to the temple, drop it off. I'm thinking it's just one of these things that there's like some kind of like rounding error or something. But regardless, this should unstick it if that is the case. It could also be one of those things that maybe it finished after midnight, so it doesn't officially go into like the next phase or whatever until the next day starts or something. I don't know. But we're going to find out. Because I also wonder if I add extra stuff, if it will just sit there. We'll see. Check our sell thing. So long planks. And are still buying them. That's fine. Alright. I do like the city where you can just drive through. It's like an actual proper city here. Like, it's not a big city, but like it's got, you know, its own movie theater and a whole bunch of stuff going on here, an arcade and a whole bunch. I do appreciate that. Because like a lot of the other ones are more like rural, not straight up in the woods kind of thing. You do have that as well, like Silver Run's kind of that, where it's got like a block or two of, you know, industrial kind of city, and then the rest is just straight up rural. But then you've got some with like little bit of a town thing going on. Like I want to say like Zeelanka is those ones that's got like a little bit of city going on. You've got some that have like a little village in the middle of it all. So it's kind of cool seeing like an actual city scene. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. You sleep well and all that good stuff. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Okay, so let's go ahead and buy the planks. The long planks. Because it's saying I need 0, but it's saying I need 0. And the other ones that I had, it's no longer showing up that I need them at all. So I'm assuming something got a little scuffed. So we're just gonna try and sort it out. Because ultimately... Oh wait, it's not lowered. Like ultimately, if you're playing this on your own save, realistically probably wouldn't care. Because you'd be using the sawmill to do all the stuff here. Which just means, okay, it's buying more materials. You probably wouldn't be upset about that. You probably wouldn't be upset about being able to sell even more goods at like a bit higher than normal rate. Getting like a little bit extra money. And then the next in-game day, we will be harvesting the rice. And that's where we're going to watch a bunch of these dare drops get knocked off. Because once I harvest the rice, two of those dare drops drop off, that we've got them done. So we can get those keys and hopefully get those all out to you sometime here in the near future. And that'll be good news. And that'll be down to the temple and the money. And like I said, I think the money won't be that bad. Like, once we've got ourselves a decent enough income generation, it might be just, like, fast forward till we get the 500,000, take the loan to jump it to 1 million, do the clip, drop the loan again. So, you know, because for a challenge, I'm not allowed to take loans. So just do it for the purpose of the dare drop. Get that knocked out. And then from there, we would be able to just keep doing our farm. I'm kind of hoping that by then, we'll get ourselves some custom maps start showing up. Because that's the thing I'm most eager to see. Like, I know people want autoloader. I also want autoloader. You know, people are looking for course play or an equivalent to all those. And fair enough to all those things. But for me, I'm looking for a good map for a Survivor Man challenge to drop. Which means I need a map that doesn't already have a city on it. The Survivor Man challenge, you just kind of want, like, a valley or a forest or whatever, just wilderness, and then just because mechanically for the game to function, a sell point and a place to buy your tractors with gas and gas and maintenance there. But you get those handful of things, and that's everything you need to be able to function at all in the game. And then you give yourself $0 and a chainsaw, and you give yourself one section of land, because without those things you can't make money, and if you can't make money you can't do literally anything. And so what you do is you start hacking up a bunch of trees, and you use that to get yourself, like, the really crappiest piece of, like, equipment or two to just barely be able to make money in some other way, like a little greenhouse or whatever. And then from that, you go and you start to expand, like, getting slightly better tools, a little bit more land, and you just do that climb up. And it's also kind of fun because then, instead of on this map where it's like, I could build a sawmill where I want it, but there's already kind of a bunch of sawmills on the map. Maybe I should just buy one of those? You don't deal with that. You're like, where do I want my sawmill? I'm gonna put over there. That's where my sawmill's going. It doesn't feel like a weird, redundant thing where you're, like, competing. Because it's not actually like there's a competition mechanic where you get undercut by the local sawmill, it hurts you or whatever. It's just it's a weird thing to build your own when there's one already in town. Okay, so that's sold. Okay. Did we see anything happen to the temple? Because that looks like it's the same requirements we just did. Oh, actually, is that built up higher? I have no idea. Okay, so we did see that it did update the requirements there. This time, because I have more money, I think we're going to do a pivot from what I said we were going to do before. So I was like, we should get the land. Since I can ignore the land for just a little while. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go after getting what I need to have a vehicle actually capable of moving a decent number of pallets at the same time. So instead of this back and forth I've been doing on this, if I got to deliver another 24 pallets total, we are going to get ourselves a flatbed, or like a thing I can put pallets in to deliver that over there. Because I'll want one of those anyways, and yes, it's not going to make us money immediately, but that will get one of our objectives done, and it's something I'm going to want anyways. Because what I can do with that, once we've got this part done here, is I can start taking all of our goods from our sawmill and all that, and I can start hoarding them until it's time to sell. That's a mod I miss that I'm going to want to, I'm going to want when it comes back around. Is I really liked there was a mod that would like let you know what the immediate sell price of stuff was, and you could have it watch the sell price of stuff. And the entire idea behind that mod was you wouldn't have to sit there and be like, okay, you know, I've got to keep in mind to look at the calendar. This good sells this month, that good sells this month, that good sells that month. I would say, hey, tell me when the price of this item is $1,200, and then you'd sell it then. You know, because then I didn't have to remember. I'd get like a little notification. I think it's like, oh, it's sell time for your corn. Because I mean, in real life, you're probably not gonna sit there and hoard stuff because you can't like just shove a bunch of milk into a cabinet and be like, I'll be back in, you know, 8 months when you're on a better price. You're gonna have to like deal with that as you go. So I will park this over by the warehouse, but like I said, I'm gonna try to make the big flatbed truck happen, and we'll see how that goes. And that might be some doing a quick couple little contracts or whatever. Because we'll get like the cheapest. Let's actually check our sales. Our sales are no good. Yeah, so this truck here is 45. So it'd leave us 11,000 after that. So it's 11,000 for that. Oh, and it was like 30,000 for the other part of it. Yeah, so that might be a little bit of an issue. We'll see. But every piece of equipment I get added into the process. Oh, I'm gonna have to do water before then, aren't I? We'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay, so if we were to do this, let's check real fast. I would need a truck, like I would need the truck front. So I do have this semi-truck for 45. We could get one of these ones that I could load. Oh, those carry the crops themselves. Okay, so that's not actually designed to do pallets. Like, I wish... Trailer hitch, yes or no? Yeah, so that lets me store goods. That lets me store more goods. That would be for cargo. Okay. And this one's probably the same thing. It's got... those. Yeah, so you can have it where it will store some goods. That'll be for pallets there. That's for pallets there is what that is. So it's 77,000 to get the pallet back. Because then you can put the pallets straight in there. At least that's my assumption of how that'll work. I don't have that much yet. Because the alternative is I get this one, and then we go down here to your trailers. And it's that one takes the pallets. So I've got basically 30,000. So that'd be about 75,000 versus that's also about 75,000. On the pro side, because this has no hinge point or anything like that, I don't have to mess with any of that. On the downside, I imagine it carries way less. I don't really see here, like it doesn't tell me how much capacity it has, which is a little bit of a bummer. Between the two of them, it actually looks like the International and the flatbed for the back is going to be my cheaper option here. So that is what it is. Yes, it's about 75. So do we have any contracts worth considering right now? Or that I would actually want to consider? I'm not going to do the 10k for that. We're just gonna let time move forward. We'll deal with the temple's next stage once I'm ready for that. Your water is probably getting pretty low. You're getting very low. But I am gonna wait till the end game tomorrow to deal with it, because I am concerned I won't be able to. Oh no, you're not getting low. You're the rice one. That's fine. Because in game tomorrow is when we harvest, and yeah, that's when we harvest our rice. We'll get a little bit of a payout. That won't be there much money. We'll probably get some better contracts tomorrow, and we will likely be able to make some of that happen. We're going to work on trying to get the temple sorted out and all that. Because what we're going to need here is... I should probably get the dare drop thing up. Oh, I just realized. It doesn't have to be pinned here or whatever. But that's fine. That's just if anyone is like liking what the game they're seeing and all that, you would just click on that and do that. So give me 2 seconds to get the name of the dare drops. That way when we go and we finish these 2 dare drops here in just a moment, I can be like, that's the one. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this sorted out. First, any good sales going on? Okay. Okay. So they're just literally, I was like, I'd like to get this, and it's on sale. I actually had just settled that I was going to get the other truck, but you know, if you're just gonna give this to me, I mean, I'll take it for 30,000 off or whatever it is. Yeah, give me that. So we got lucky, and that truck that was like where I was deciding between the two, and I had actually decided on the other one. They gave me the one I decided against, that they're like, we'll give this to you half off. Which the answer is yes. Because we got that nice and cheap. We'll deal with that later. So what I'm going to do right now is with that, we're going to change the output to storing these. That's not really what I meant to do, but hang on. And the reason I'm changing these all to storing is because now I can wait till those are at a good price. And so I won't get money perpetually, but I'll be able to cash them all out when it's a good time. I keep doing that, I need to stop it. Cool. Okay, so with this, regardless, it is time to make some heckin' money. So let's grab our harvester, which is somewhere. Okay. And with this, in just a minute, we'll be ready for someone to take a clip for me, if no one minds. And then the names, I'll actually probably want 2 clips, even though it's just one object, or one thing I'm doing right now. You are destroying our crop. Nice. So the 2 clips I need is I'll need a clip of us harvesting this, and I will need a clip named Rice Baby, and if I can get a second clip named A Well-Balanced Harvest, and just mention that it's rice. If I can have someone do that, that would be very helpful for me, because that means just after the stream, when I go to submit the dare drops, I can just plunk those in there real fast and they'll be good. If someone does clip it, just let me know. I'll do that. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Ionek. Because that'll be 2 of our objectives knocked out, because we are officially harvesting rice. It's not even long grain rice or anything like fancy like that. Just plain and simple rice. All right. which does leave us with the only, like, that basically what we've just done here has knocked two of the dare drops up there, two of our objectives off the list. We're now down just to make $1 million and build the temple. We should have stage 2 of the temple complete. We are now starting in stage 3. We did get the box truck now for doing that, and so my intention is just buy as much of the supply as I can for the box truck, or for the temple to shove in the box truck, run it over. That should be way faster. I shouldn't have to do nearly much back and forth. But now the other thing we can do is, as these buildings start to wind down and what materials are in them, I can, or sorry, not wind down, as we finish what they're doing right now, I should be able to go in there and, like, I don't know what months for some of these crops, or these things are the best month, but we'll check. We could start selling them when they're at their best season to sell. Getting that box truck, that's been our first really good find so far as something on sale at the store. Which, honestly, that is one pro of the fact that unless you start downloading the mods, there's... we just haven't hit the point where we were in the last game with just how many vehicles we had. That because it does RNG pull what's on sale and everything in there, that does mean we've got set up where the odds you get what you want are higher now, just by the nature of the fact that there's less possibilities. So as you get more and more vehicles, the odds of, when you're in need for a good harvester, that a good harvester rolls past the sales gets lower and lower. All right. Yeah, so we're doing pretty good. We got ourselves a new piece of equipment today. We got our we've got ourselves the new delivery truck, so we can start chucking stuff in there. If that works the way that the semi works, it's not technically an auto loader, but if I remember correctly, you just kind of put the pallet in the back, and it just kind of poofs into it. But I could be misremembering that. I'm going to take this little scrape of stuff off the end here so I don't have to keep dodging it every single lap. What's your balance for the well-balanced diet? It's the same clip. It's literally both of them are harvesting the rice. For the well-balanced diet, we have the 3 other clips from the 3 other goods, and I just was missing the rice. So both of them are harvesting rice. So there is overlap. But it was the rice is the only one I was missing. So weirdly, it's 2 clips of the same thing. Yeah, like, I realize I probably could submit the same clip twice, but I do know they detect the names or something like that. And it seems to be pretty reliable and all that, so I appreciate it. Yeah, because the well-balanced harvest was spinach, peas, green beans, and rice, and we did all the others, like, day 1. So what I'll do is once we get onto the next line to turn around, I'll take those 2 objectives off the board, and it'll be just $1 million and the temple. And I'll see if I can adjust the size of the box to be a little bit less screen hogging for you all. Okay, so let's go down here to the objectives text. You 2 are off the list now. Try and drag this up here real fast so I can actually unlock and adjust it. And I know that made it so you can't see through real well, that the text faded. I'll fix that in just a second, because I basically had to grab that box and put it over top of the text so I could grab it to resize it. So technically it's sitting on top of the text right now. There we go. I need to do cleanup on some of the stuff I'm not using anymore. There we go. Alright. I probably shouldn't have it in that specific spot because of the controls. You know what I can do? Now I don't have to worry about it. Now it's a little bit cleaner on the screen. Cool, thank you, Enoch. I really appreciate that. Makes my life easier. Because one of the things I can take care of after stream, be like, alright, I did this, let me find the timestamp and all that. And it's not the end of the world. But those are kind of things that, like, if someone grabs it in the moment for me, it just saves me half an hour to an hour of, like, backtracking, finding, and doing all that stuff. I need to get my marker button set back up. I used to have a marker button on the stream deck so I can mark the spot, which still is a little bit of a hassle because I have to go back into the VOD and locate the marker and do that, which isn't, again, the end of the world. But at some point, the marker button, I push it now, it's just like, no. No, I don't want to. Alright. It's probably just something I gotta, like, just take the button back off and put it back on and reattach it or some nonsense. I also think between this stream and the next stream, I'm going to update my video drivers and see if that gets the flicker to go away. Because we didn't have the flicker to start with. And then it kind of showed up when I was adjusting some settings, and then I adjusted the settings back, and it stayed. And I haven't quite pinned down the cause. But usually that's the kind of thing I typically find updating my drivers just sorts out. Hey Mark, how's it going? And thanks for everyone tuning up tonight. I was hesitant to start the stream, because, like, for the record, today's not a normal day I stream. Nor had I planned or announced or done anything else as, like, hey, I'm going to stream today. It was just kind of one of those things that I finished up everything I had going on today, and it's just like, I could stream. I could stream. And I was like, you know what? I'll do it. So, for the fact that we had, like, an unannounced, unscheduled, random, off on an off day stream, and that we have a good turnout tonight, you know, it means a lot. Because I do know some people actually pay attention to the schedule and all that kind of stuff. And then some people, you know, wait for the alerts and all that kind of stuff. And I do announce it on the Discord. For the record, if you're ever like, oh, why was Rual streaming today, all that kind of stuff, I do announce stuff on the Discord. Now, granted, this particular case, it was I announced it, and then maybe 5 minutes went by and I started stream. It was a chance to break some 100-day stream streaks. Yeah, so I've gotten to the point that I'm trying to... I just realized I actually want to see those controls. I've gotten to the point I'm trying to just not care about the stream streaks, because it is one of those things that there's been so many times I'd be like, oh, I could do a bonus stream on this day. But that's outside people's normal hours. It's going to break a bunch of stream streaks. And I did break a bunch of stream streaks on accident. I felt really bad about it at the time, a while back, when I accidentally streamed on a Thursday without planning to. And it's like, I just couldn't stay for the whole stream, and that broke a lot of people's stream streak. And I felt pretty bad about it. But honestly, with how buggy the stream streaks and all that have been, it's also just like, you know what? Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to ruin people's stream streaks, but I do think it's one of those things that if it keeps me from streaming, which is the thing I do to make money, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to, like, allow that to kind of hold me hostage from being like, oh, I could stream with this other person. Oh man, but I gotta weigh in if I want to collab with this other person who has different hours, so I have to stream unusual hours. Or, oh, like the Rimworld charities, like the Rimworld Hot Potato, that'll be an odd hour stream, and being like, oh man, that's gonna break a whole bunch of people's stream streaks. And I think that's probably one of the reasons that Twitch has not been doing much with them, is I think they do recognize that while it's kind of a cool thing that has a lot of positives, those side effects in themselves have their own problems. And then it's buggy, which is honestly big enough of an issue. It's buggy, so people lose their stream streaks randomly even though they're here. I have to remember after this harvest, before we do another one, I should probably repair this thing. I definitely feel like between the short rice and the long rice you could certainly get a higher yield. Because for, like, in the time and effort spent. Because with how small the seeder and the harvester are for the short rice, the long rice you can use, like, the big giant seeders you'd use for wheat and everything. Okay, so I got one row left here. And then it'll be good to drop that off. My tractor for actually selling this is nowhere nearby. So my plan is to take that box truck we bought. We're gonna buy basically as much of the goods as we can. Load it up using the forklift. I don't know, well, the tractor with the forklift extension. I don't know if I'll be able to get the stuff out of the truck without, you know, then driving everything over there, like how that's gonna work. If I can, great. If I can't, you know, whatever. Because it still would save me trips. Like, if I can fit, you know, 12 plus pallets in there, that's just 2 trips I gotta make. Versus, you know, doing them in sets of, like, 3 or 4. I wonder with those box trucks, if you, like, what the volume is compared to, like, the big semi, like, when it comes to the crops. Because I could genuinely see liking the box truck design a bit more than the semi for just, hey dear, for just grabbing stuff and then driving off real fast. Because like I said, there's no pivot point on it, which does make backing it up a lot faster and more efficient. It's just you're losing total volume. All right. I can park you here. And I bought it used, but I don't care. Alright, so next step here is to get more of the materials I need for the temple. And I am going to hop back up there just to double check. Like, we'll take this to the warehouse, but I'll hop up to the warehouse just to double check that it's still cement, long planks, and all that. Because we did advance a day. Is vehicle maintenance a thing in the game? Yes, so if you actually look below me, you'll see what looks like a little wrench icon, that blue bar directly below me. That's the current state of my vehicle so far as its damage, and that's because I bought this one used. You just go to the garage and pay for repair, but it is one of those things that you can get pretty good bargains buying the used cars and then repairing them. You usually come out pretty far ahead. Generally speaking, the maintenance will reduce the efficiency of the vehicle and whatever it does do. So, I keep second guessing this. Am I in the right place? So it can be a lot of different things that it can be involved in. Well, there's a whole bunch of these fields that got spots that are patchy and splotchy here. Yeah, that's where we're going, down there. I wonder if that's like the tornadoes. Because tornadoes are in the game. We've yet to see them. But I'm wondering if that's like the outcome of tornadoes. It just kind of ruins some crop here and there. The other nice thing is even if I couldn't get more pallets in here than I could do with the tractor, just the speed difference being twice as fast about will make a pretty good difference. Yeah, so I think I go the next one over. Yeah, next one over. So I'm curious, because this one mentions activating the tension belt, so I wonder if I will have to bring this in here. Hey, Bitter Bits, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. How was your stream? If I can get a shout out for Bitter Bits, I'd really appreciate that. But what were you streaming today and how did it go? The bits are so bitter. Bitter indeed. Yeah, so what were you playing today? How did it go? All that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. We are building a temple right now in Farm Sim. Just random junk. How's farming going? It's going pretty good. We started off with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and all that. Well, actually, we didn't. I'm lying. We didn't start with the chainsaw. We started with $0, no chainsaw or dream, and we've been working up from there in the hardest economy settings, and trying to do a bunch of dare drops for extra keys to give out to the community. We just knocked out 2 more, so we're on 3 done. So whenever those get through, we should have some more keys to give away, which won't happen during the stream, but all that. Going hardcore on the sim as usual, I see. Yes. Yes, I am. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we need 5 things of long planks. We'll start with that. 5 things of long planks, 12 things of cement to build the temple. So let's get back down here. And I don't think I got money for everything, but we're going to go ahead and buy whatever we can. So for long planks, I need 5 of those. Ow. Right in the wallet. Okay. The beams, I don't have that much money. I have 6,000 right now. So I'm going to buy 1 stack of the beams. I'm going to load that up in our truck. Because I am selling these at a loss. Oh, you know what I should do? Can I get the truck up here? I can probably get that truck up here. But yeah, so we are not focused entirely on just make money yet. What I am trying to do is achieve different stuff with the dare drops, so we're building a temple. So I'm actually losing money building this temple. That may not go as well as I think it's going to go. Let's not approach it that way. We can take this around the other direction. Let you load it up from there. But yeah. But we are growing rice. That is currently our only crop. And I am just trying desperately to get this temple done. I have no idea how much it costs, but we're probably so far as actual money lost, like 10,000 into it. But that's fine. Let me adjust that farther. I'm gonna need enough room to turn. But yeah. But it's those things that, for those who aren't aware, Farm Sim does have a number of maps now, all the new maps for the most part, where you have these big projects where you contribute a bunch of materials and all that, and they pay you for it. But you contribute a bunch of materials, and you have like major projects they build. Like one of the maps you have where you convert, I can't remember if it's a sawmill or something, but you convert it into a museum. I am observing a flaw in my plan, which I'm going to pretend is that dump truck slamming into the side of that truck. Okay. Slight adjustment. I can make this work, but I got to put them in long ways. Okay, we're gonna need to be really wide on this. But yeah, for those who know the Bitter Bits, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend. Check it out real fast. I am just gonna go here and hit some buttons real fast to try and keep that ad away from us for as long as possible. But definitely someone to check it out. A lot of fun times, a lot of good games over there. Someone I definitely highly recommend checking out. And all that good stuff. This is gonna be very crooked and very janky, and it's gonna be wonderful. Yeah, there's just not enough room to work here the way I was planning to. Keep just catching on this wall. Because I really want to go and grab that long ways. Don't you fall. Now let's take the one I've got. Let's get this out of here. Okay. I say I can fix this. So let's go here. So this does not work exactly how I remember it, but that's okay. It could be that these aren't considered pallets in the sense of like other stuff. Alright, there's 2 in there. I don't think this has actually saved me nearly as much time as I was hoping. Don't mind me, train. Just keep doing your thing. You're good. The only saving grace is how much faster that truck is than this thing was for towing stuff half across the map. It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. So, what we might do is after we load this crap up, I might reconfigure that box truck to not have the box part. Just use a flatbed. That's gonna be way better. I remembered this differently, which is probably because of mods and all that for the last version. Yep, I don't want to drop it the whole way off. Oh, nope, I thought I had it. Just gonna get that so close to straight on for this to work. That'll probably pass. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Truck and FS22 was over to the side, so you have mod to automate. Yeah. So it doesn't need to stick in far. I just need to slide it in here. There we go. Yeah, because if I make it a flatbed, I could just chuck it over the side, and that would be fine. Oh, that's going to be real hard to move that one now. That is what we call regret dropping it down there. No, don't take that out yet. Nope, stop. There you go. Alright, so now you are gonna be a fun case. So I'm probably gonna have to go down from below. I might be able to pick that up. I am impressed that we are actually getting all of these in here. When I realized how much bigger these were relative to the truck than I thought they were, I was like, ah, crap, I'm gonna get like maybe 3 or... cool that you just suddenly snapped on here like perfectly rigid. Certainly not gonna complain about that at all. Do we just try for it right now? This probably shouldn't work this way. Well. All right. So for what it's worth, we did fit them all in there. And I have strapped them all into place. And on our way to the temple. I'm a little scared about trying to drive at 50 miles per hour with that much piled up in the back to make us top heavy. Now the real question is, when I get there, will these be close enough to the ground it will take it how it is? Hey, Wooden Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were we playing today? I am hoping it'll count all this without me having to get the forklift over here to yank it all back out. The good news is it should be easier to get them out than to put it in. But then I do think we are going to run this by the mechanic's place real quick. Because I think if I take the box part off the back, I believe it will actually reduce the cost for me. You're playing Farm Sim 25? Nice! So yeah, if you're looking for more Farm Sim, you got that going over there with Wooden Gaming. You can check that out. This is too fast for this much weight. Okay. Yeah, we are obviously also doing some Farm Sim, working on building the temp. I knew that was coming. Can we recover it? No. No, we cannot. The good news is, this can fix it. The bad news is, that doesn't save me the drive time if I have to go pick it up. I did mention I was a little worried about driving real fast with all that weight, making it top heavy. Yeah, so I do think we'll reconfigure the box truck to get rid of the box part and just leave it as a flatbed. We can load the stuff on there much easier. Because it does have the straps to latch it down, it doesn't matter. It becomes basically physics disabled once you do that. It's a fun challenge? Yeah. I'm just using mouse and keyboard personally. But yeah, so all I should have to do to get this box truck back up is we'll go over, we'll treat it like whatever the box is. I'll just forklift, lift it up, and move it over. This is probably fine if I do have to empty this out with the forklift. It just means we're already halfway there. Pretty soon I need to get gas in our tractor. I've also been putting off repairs on everything. And I also need to still sell our rice, which is another big thing. Just bought a case articulating 700 horsepower on sale for 60% off. Nice. I do not like the articulating tractor. I know some people do. I am just not a fan of how they drive. They're good. Don't... Oh my god, truck, did you seriously block me from doing this? The AI is absolutely the worst. Just drive. It's laying on its side. It's not going anywhere. But I need to kind of finagle this underneath you. And... Don't honk at me. Get out of here. There you go. Because of that, I can get over to the hill. And with the hill, we got a little bit more possibilities. Ah, come on. Well, stop boxing me in. I'm literally trying to fix the problem. So what I want to do is if I can get underneath it on any spot, then I can just lift and we're good. I'm curious, though, if I can use these pallets in here to lift it up by. Don't lose your pork. You're almost there. Yes, I did use putting away the forks to clip it right through. That was a deliberate decision. Because, like, I'm not going to be able to get that fork back out. Alright. So, back on the road again. Because we got a lot of weight in here. We're a bit top-heavy. There's got to be a lot more careful about when we're driving around the course. I'm not trying to go that slow. I'm hitting the wrong button. And now we get to find out if we gotta unload this on the other side. So this was probably definitely not faster than if I grabbed those in sets of 3 and just driven them there with the tractor. But, you know, we're getting adjusted, we're getting figured out. We're learning that the box back in this is not to my benefit anyway. Oh, thank goodness, it took it all out of the back. Cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's... I actually don't know where the repair place is. Let's go take this to repair place, and let's swap its configuration out. So I see this is where we can buy stuff. I'm guessing that's a repair as well. Because usually it'll be at the buy place, like, around the side or the back or whatever, but not always. Ah, here we are. This is the repair spot. Yeah, so if we grab our box truck and drive it over there, we can go over here and take the box part of this truck off and just make it a flatbed. And that'll make it loading it up in the future way faster. Because the box was kind of a pain because I had to put it straight in the back and make it line up. Versus I can get pretty messy otherwise. But it's good to know with this that I don't have to make it perfect at all. As long as we get the truck to the spot, it counts. Okay. And I'm not going to worry about actually repairing the truck right now. Unless, like, it makes me for some reason. Generally speaking, any vehicle, whatever it's kind of its main thing it does, it gets worse at as its repair gets worse and worse. So, like, if you're harvesting, your harvester will give you a slightly lower yield. Or it's actually not even slightly, it is a lower yield if you let it get into bad shape repair. The tractors will effectively act like they don't have nearly as much power. Like the trucks here, will lose top speed and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So generally speaking, you do want to keep your vehicles maintained. But right now, I don't have a lot of spare currency other than what I'm trying to do for our objectives. So I actually think this will give me like $10,000 back because this boxing was a $10,000, you know, add-on. Park it here inside the box. Okay, repaint, repair, customize. So I can go here and say, hey, we have our stuff we've already got here. So we've already got the box on the back. I don't want that. We've got the flatbed. This looks like the one I can use the straps with. The tipper is for crops to be dropped in. Yeah, so we want the flatbed, so it looks like it's going to wash in costs. So that's good news. And the question is, if I were to go back, do I have to pay? Okay, so I can switch back and forth between those freely. Cool. And we still have the facet attentioners, so that should be perfect. That should also help me be less top-heavy when I'm not loaded. Which will make rolling this a lot harder. And bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break. I snoozed as long as I could with the previous raids. But I need to grab myself something to drink. So I'm going to quickly grab something to drink, and I'll be right back here in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, geez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most... Alright. Yeah, I just had to go to the other room and grab a drink. Took me just about 1 minute. Yeah, and that was, back when it still worked. Oh, what was the name of that? Basically, it was, Twitch integration Project Zomboid. And so chat was trying to kill me. It's Troublemaker, that's right. Back when Troublemaker was still doing a whole lot of stuff. It's Twitch integration that I don't do a lot of that type of stuff, but you know, it like I can't remember what was in reward for. Like it was either streamathon, subathon, or charity or something like that. That we did Troublemaker for a stream, and chat killed me a lot. They came up with new and clever ways to kill me too, because a lot of people were just trying to drop zombies on me, and for the most part, it didn't work. Then people learned about dropping, you know, entire firefighter's outfit in my inventory while I was actively trying to fight zombies. And that killed me almost every time. Because if suddenly your character drops to moving at like 1/4 their speed because they go from everything's fine to extreme overburned, there's just no adapting to that on the fly. Alright. So I'll do a quick inventory of what I need. I believe I need 5 more pallets of wood beams, and then the 12 cement pallets. The beams are pretty expensive, so I might just go for the cement pallets first, and just load this up as much as we can, and then get whatever beams I can afford after that, and go from there. Now in this one, I don't have to care nearly as much about how we stack it. Let's just go ahead and drop it like way over here. Give lots of room. And you are facing relatively the right direction. Yeah, that should be pretty good, because what should happen here is once I'm done with this temple stuff here, I'll be able to take our tractor here with the forklift, and I'll park it over by where we got our farm. And that just means when we get enough stuff out of the greenhouse and all that, I load it up on the truck over there, just drive it into town to sell it, and that kind of thing. Same with the wood planks and beams and all that. Yeah, so we're trying to build the temple because that's like the major project here. And between the $1 million and the temple, I feel like the temple's going to be the much easier objective to knock out. Being on the hardest economy settings and all that, it is going to be a very slow build-up. My intention is to kind of cheese it. Not like, for those who don't know, you can completely abuse the game by just building solar panels and fast-forwarding time. Or whatever. My intention is to get us to 500,000, and then just to take a massive $500,000 loan or whatever the max is, you know, whatever the max ends up being to jump us over over that amount to qualify for the 1 million, and, you know, that'll be when we go and done, and then pay off the loan immediately, because with the way I've been doing this challenge, I'm not allowed to normally take loans, but just to knock that off the list, we'll do that. But yeah, so I'm trying to get that, because that should mean where we're at now, we should be getting 3 CD keys with the DLC for the game to give away. They won't be today, but whenever those all go through. And if I get these other 2 objectives, that'll be 2 more, and it'd be wonderful to be able to get that many keys for all of you. Because the way I look at that is I'm taking a little inconvenience to do a couple of these things, which they're fun, so it's not really actually an inconvenience. To basically save a bunch of you like $50 each. So that feels like a worthy cause. So to double check that I don't order the wrong thing or whatever. So we do have the planks and 1 stack of the wood beams. So it looks like I need 5 things of wood beams and 12 things of cement bags. So we're going to start with the cement bags because they're cheaper. And I would like 2 more if you can. Oh, I can't. Okay. So it'll be 10 cement bags. Alright. It is a little annoying it lined them up all perfectly straight that way and didn't put them in 2 rows or anything, but that's okay. So we'll do here. Got 2 of them. I gotta stay away from that box, because if I touch that box, I'll sell whatever's in my hand. Trying to keep it relatively close outside, not doing a great job. So the cheeky things I could do here is we fasten those in, and if I do that, even if I slap into it, it's locked in place, it won't go anywhere. I imagine this would be way easier with an actual forklift, because they can turn, like, on a dime, and just are smaller in general than a full-size, like, not a huge tractor, but a pretty decent-sized tractor. Okay, could probably fit 1 more row behind that. All right. Put this so far forward, I'm barely on the deck. How does our game go? 1 pre-built starts. Oh, so with what we did is I started with $100,000 in my pocket and $100,000 in debt, and immediately paid off all my debt. And then I didn't give myself any equipment whatsoever, and I had to work up from there. And so in practice, what that meant is on this map, we just did a ton of contracts early on. Can you double stack? Yes. And we will be. Normally, when I was taking those without using the truck, I was grabbing them one on either tang. So I had like one pallet in one tang, one pallet in the other tang. And then two in front, so I was grabbing, I think it was like 4 or so per trip. Because 8, the problem isn't the ability to grab it, it's the weight. At 8, what happens is you go and you go to grab it and just, the tractor just falls forward and you're like, oh, I get it. The cement weighs more than the tractor does. So when I lift it up, the tractor gets lifted, not the cement. Yeah, if I had more money, I feel like I genuinely could fit the next row of concrete bags on here without a problem. Yeah, it's way better than dealing with the boxcar. Normally, you don't end up buying very many pallets in the game. Like, there are times you can do that, but normally it's one of those things that you're selling goods or moving your own goods around. It's pretty rare you go to the warehouse and be like, oh, I need a bunch of cement or a bunch of stone or a bunch of this or that, and purchase it and ship it. It's like I've done this before, chat. Would you look at that? Locked it right in that gap perfectly. You see that? You see that? Crisp. So that's 10,000 units of concrete. This sucker weighs an absolutely absurd amount. Gamer. Yeah. Oh, you do not stop right now. Okay, I understand. I'm hauling in a completely obnoxious amount of concrete. Considering if we think about that, I don't know, because like we're in a non-specific Eastern Asian map. Like it's deliberately non-specific. It's got elements of like Japan and Indonesia and a whole bunch of different places. So I don't know what the standard size of cement bag is for them. But here in the US, a bag of cement that big is going to be somewhere in the area of like 80 pounds. And so each one of those pallets is a total of what, like 32? No, 16 of those. And then we've got 10 pallets on here. You can do the math of how much that weighs. Too dang much is how much that weighs. Who's your partner for free game keys? Oh, it's Dare Drop. Dare Drop is available to pretty much all creators. It's just I think it's daredrop.com. I don't swear on the .com. But the idea is you sign up, and they will sometimes be able to get you a key for a game or whatever for yourself. But then they'll have what are called, you know, quote-unquote dares. And they'll be like, if you do this thing, we will give you this. Sometimes they're not that exciting things. They'll be, if you do this thing, we'll get a background image for your computer. But other times they're better ones, like, you know, here we've got, they're giving us CD keys to the game. Timberborn was pretty fun. They gave us t-shirts to give out, too. Not centered? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I went around the turn and started, like, hopping a little bit. I'm like, let's be a little careful going around that corner. Yeah, no, if you're a content creator, Dare Drop is a good place to know. There's a bunch of those out there. Not specifically the Dare Drop system, but there's lots and lots and lots of different ways to potentially get a hold of keys and all that kind of stuff. Do you have a referral? No, there's no referral thing. Like, you don't Like if you sign up, I can't get a kickback or something. Well, no, the thing pinned on the top, it's that should take you to the Steam page. That should, like, it goes through Dare Drop's tracker and all that, but it should take you to the Steam page. And that just lets, like, the devs know that you found the game through this channel. I don't get a kickback for that or anything, by the way. Just to be clear. That basically lets them know, hey, you gave this person a key, whatever. Like, sometimes Dare Drop will do sponsorships and all that. But you gave this person a key, and that did result in you getting some sales. So, like, maybe do that again. So this isn't an affiliate thing. Based off Google, 3,600 kilograms per 1,000 liters. Oh, of cement per 1,000 liters, and we're dragging 10,000 liters. So we're talking 36,000 kilograms. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I have no idea what the allowed load or recommended max load of the truck like this. Well, no. What Quesadilla said was 3,600 kilograms per 1,000, and I had 10,000. What's that in freedom units? Yes. It's 1 Texas. Just because Texas tries to overcompensate for everything by saying they have the biggest, when most of the time they actually objectively don't have the biggest in almost any of them. There are exceptions. Once in a while they do actually have the biggest. But most of the time it's compensating. They gave up that piece of themselves to Oklahoma. They just never been able to get past it. Alright, Lardine, you take it easy. You feel dumb, but how do you use the seeder? You don't see an option to use it. It has cotton fertilizer loaded. Not spamming, got message failed. Oh, no, you're good. I only saw the one message. So with the seeder... you, like, once it's loaded up with the stuff, the things you gotta check is, 1... you gotta check what month you're in if you have seasons turned on. Because cotton gets planted in, if we go down here, you can plant cotton in March or February. So it's gotta be March or February to use it. The second thing is, the field you are trying to grow it in needs to be plowed, cultivated, or I think harrowed is the last one you can do. And then you don't need to be it's any of those 3. Gotcha, yeah. And you can turn off seasons if you don't want them. It's a mission. They gave it to you in February. Does the... Well, actually, wait. Yeah, you can do February for cotton. Yeah, February and March. These green ones. So you can do it there, one. Yeah, so if you have that... I mean, as long as you're on the field and it's got seed and fertilizer loaded in. So you do have to buy the seed and fertilizer, but as long as you put that in there, you should be able to go up to the field and just plunk it down. Because if it's a mission, it'll already be, you know, they'll have already done all the rest of the work. I don't remember. I think I needed 2 more cement and 5 more of the beams. Yeah, 2 more cement, 5 more beams. Okay. Yeah, no, it'll only give you missions during the time frame you can do it. So 2 more cement. And we've got 11,500 left. Okay, so I have to do this. And I have to do 1 more trip for the rest of it. Oh yeah, you might need to unfold the seeder. if you see it says unfold on the top there on the left, where it says like, you know, whatever your controls are, turn it on, all that. If you see unfold, you have to unfold it. Not all of them have an unfold. Well, scraped it off on the wall. And this one are not loading nearly as full, so I can be a lot less careful. That's not the vehicle I wanted to get in. Yep, so I have one more trip after this one to grab 2 more of the beams. And then that'll be the next whole stage of the temple done. This will be terrible. Oh, wait. Not that terrible. I'm down for terrible, but, like, let's at least keep it... reasonably terrible. Cool. Yeah, and it does look like that forklift's not long enough to center this without just, like, shoving the tangs into the side of it. So it does look like all the loads are going to be off-balanced. Now, what I could do in the future is for, like, the beams, if I could afford 3 sets, I could have put a set of beams on the right there and had, like, 3 wide on beams. Or I could have loaded them in the other direction. It's fine. We'll keep that in mind when it comes down to the next load, because then I can just load them in the other way. All right. Yep, and it'll be nice then when I'm actually working on my own farm again. We should probably check into what months I should do my greenhouse stuff, and what months I should do the wood to make the best money. Because that's what we're going to be doing there. So we're not going to be making that 6,000 or so every single month, in-game month, whatever. Instead, what we will be doing is we're going to be making way more money, but it'll be all at once when, like, the prime sell day comes. I like these. These are new to this version of the game, right? I don't recall these being in 22, like without mods. I'm saying the box car we can make into a flatbed. Because honestly, in a lot of ways, they're probably objectively not better than the semis. The semis are probably just hands down better in both capacity and the rate of being able to get stuff across the map and yada yada. But honestly, this is pretty nice. Okay, so now we have, is it really just 1 more stack of wood beams? No, it's 3 more stacks of wood beams. Yeah, it's 3 more stacks of wood beams. It's just they're not in the same order, so it's confusing. Okay, so 3 more stacks of wood beams. And then that should finish that. Alright. I have a feeling I'm only going to be able to afford 2 stacks, and we have to do one more trip after that. Might be a trip for just 1 stack of wood beams. And then that'll be this stage of the temple done. I won't be able to do any more temple stuff for a couple of in-game days while it finishes the progress in this step. That's fine. Okay. It's always so funny in this game that you get so used to driving the tractors around and how they just kind of crawl around at like 20, 30 miles an hour. And then when you get like one of the trucks or the cars and you're zipping around at, 50 miles an hour, it just feels weird. I turned at the wrong spot. That's fine. Let's go a little long way around. It's okay. But then going like 50 miles an hour, you're like, I am speed. Alright, that's fine. Okay. And then the warehouse should be right around here. If it ends up being closer, it's like a really tiny contract I can knock out in 2 seconds just to push it over to make it 1 trip. We'll do it real quick. And I still have all of our rice we haven't sold yet. It's just sitting in a trailer back home. So if I want 3 things of beams, I can afford it. I can technically afford it. I have 160 bucks left, but we can do this in 1 trip. Excellent. Because then this will be the last load for this stage of the temple. All at once? No, that's fine. Okay, so if we grab the last one and I go around the other side, we can drop that there. Yeah, so this will be the end of the 3rd stage for the temple. Which that was my guess on how many stages there'd be, is that there'd be 3. So if we get asked to do more after this, that just means I'm wrong. Which is probably the case, because I've been kind of expecting to see them be like, oh, here's like... There's frames you can get made out of these stuff and all that, like other materials than just beams and planks. And so I was expecting to see some of those. But maybe, maybe not. Alright, final delivery to the temple for right now. And what I'll probably do is until I know where I'm going to need the truck next, I'll leave the truck over by the temple. And if I needed to, like, ship wood to sell it, fine. If I needed, you know, grab strawberries and sell it, fine. That'll know to get it to the other side of the map. Because there's a pretty good chance he might have another stage to this temple that I'm going to have to do. If that's the case, there's no sense in driving it over to the other side of the map just to drive it back. Unless there's something that needs doing over there. Whereas a tractor, I got work to do. So tractor needs to go back to the other side of the map. Alright. This corner with the payload being in balance feels like a good way to roll. So I'd probably burned about $4,000 this in-game day. Long haul. In it for the long game, I see. I'm assuming that's something like I passed 100 hours or something in the game. And I know I say it every time with the achievements. I do wish the achievements are a little bit more clear of what you've done to actually get them. Like, it's fine that it has the name, like, in it for the long haul. Like, that one's not too bad so far as the naming and all that. But I do wish it would, like, literally say, played 100 hours. Like, its descriptor would just tell you how to get it. Same with, like, any of them, like, you know, whatever the one is for bailing stuff or having animals. It needs to be, at least, if it doesn't straight up tell you what to do, that it's got a pretty strong hint. Okay, so I can just leave you here for right now. And all those numbers should be the same, so cement blocks is the same. Yep, we're good in all of them. So what we're gonna do now is you need to be brought back home because I've got a load of rice to sell. Yeah, so catching that box truck on sale was good. Anything else in sale? Nothing I care about right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, there is that larger trailer than the one we have right now. Are you still poor? Yeah, no, that's... Well, if we're being honest, if you're playing Farm Sim, you're going to want to have that figure up there pretty low most of the time. Because if it's not low, it's a bunch of money sitting in your bank account that you could be using on equipment and all that to, you know, make more money. But right now we haven't been focusing on money, we've been focusing on other stuff. We also have more equipment than we had the last time. Got, like, caught up on the curb. Also forget all these signs. I had genuinely gone and been like, yep, we're hitting every sign. And then, you know, the lamppost came up like, okay, no, the lamppost doesn't move. I've learned that lesson. Yeah, who needs rules? It's all like, yield, go the speed limit. Stop. You had to go back, you missed a sign? Yeah, no, I saw the one I missed. I actually would have a rough time hitting that sign too. It's got a rail right behind it. Like, I could hit it, but I just bounce back off. Oh man, there was a mod I ran at one point, and I can't remember what it was, but I remember it penalized you for like 125 bucks per sign you hit or some nonsense. Like, that wasn't even a main feature of the mod. It was just like a whole bunch of stuff down. Like, I think it was like it's supposed to be like some realism thing or like realism mod or whatever. And they didn't have, like, speeding or reckless driving or anything like that, because, you know, how would they even detect it? But they did have it, like, when you hit a sign, it would, like, hit you for $100 or something like that. It's not the yield we're looking for. Yup. Yep, so they've already harvested our rice, so all I'm doing right now is I'm getting back to our rice farm. And then we can go ahead and grab the trailer we put the rice in, and we can sell that. So my next purchase after that is to get these 2 fields over here. Those fields aren't mine. This field up here that looks like it's all torn up because I literally just harvested it, that is mine. This greenhouse is mine. This little area right here is what actually belongs to me. As you can see, the incredible buku bucks are making, and that trailer is my entire rice yield. Yup. Yup. Big money right there. It's almost as if having, like, a field that's maybe, like, a quarter of an acre is not quite the lucrative deal. Okay, so let's actually see here and think this through. Alright, so I do need to up the water and all that. If we check on our prices, though... So if we look at our prices, we've got rice, just regular old rice, and this is implying that peak sell point for the rice, I mean, honestly, that's basically the exact same price. Technically, this says they're expecting the price to get up to 1,157 in September, and we are currently already at 1,167. So that tells me the canning facility, we're just selling it right now. Quarter acre, that's the average land size for a residential house. Yeah, no, that's... I don't know the actual size of it off the top of my head. But that's basically... We're talking... Like, if we look at the actual area here, can I see the actual field? Yeah, so the farmland is about 2 acres. But if you look at that field, it's less than half of the size of here. So you can do the math. It's probably like 1/2 to 3/4 acre for the field, but still, for supposedly commercial farming and dropping about $250,000 on equipment to be able to, like, end on the land, to be able to harvest that, we're not doing great. The time it's going to take us to pay off our equipment using that field exclusively is about 100 years. Needless to say, that is not going to work out. And I'm going to need more fields, because I don't need to buy more equipment, so every additional bit of land I get to use this equipment on just shortens the time period I have till I repay it. Not counting the new land purchased. But basically it'll increase our year-to-year profit. Sorry, sir. No passing. %30 of a trailer is what we're selling. Only forestry gives fast return on invested money. I mean, it's not only forestry, but forestry is definitely on the list. Forestry is very strong and one of the best. Like, the catch with forestry is once you start getting to the point you're running out of trees, which you have buku bucks with that, and you have to, like, get the equipment to put down more, then it kind of catches up to you, because the equipment to do the forestry is also pretty pricey and set up. It's good money, really good money. It's the way, like, for the record, way to the 0 to Hero starts and Survivor Man challenges, forestry is usually where I start. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is, doing grass and silage does also give you a lot of really strong return. And I would argue the pro and the con there is the forestry will give you good return with the minimum amount of equipment to get there, but the grass and silage is one of those things. Oh, did they make silage cheap in this one? To be fair, it was a super strong meta in the last one. Yeah, so did they nerf silage? I actually would... I know some people will be upset about it. I actually would want them to. Because it was kind of silly how strong silage was in the last one. It's those things that can make you feel bad for doing something else when you're doing a challenge because you just know how much money silage is. And I'm sure there's going to be some other... I think it's like 300. I didn't do a lot of silage in the last one, so I don't actually have a strong comparison to go by. Outside of grass and cheap and farming simulator 22 awesome. It's more you get heaps of it early game. The last one was 650. Gotcha. So they cut it in half. It's probably still pretty good money, but nowhere near as strong as it used to. Especially if you can get 3 or 4 rounds of grass per year. Yeah, no. It's probably I would assume it's probably still relatively good money. But probably relatively good money more in line with other crops versus it just got silly sometimes in the last one. I assume production lines are still just as strong as ever. Which for those who don't know, generally, and this is a broad generalization here, the production lines usually give you somewhere in the ballpark of 1.5 times what you put in to out. And that was that as a for Farm Sim 22. I would assume it's in line. Some of the ones were like 1.3 times and whatever. Some of them were close to like 1.8. But that was the idea, is you put the thing in and it's just a multiplier on your product. So if you get like a couple fields of wheat and shove them into a grain mill, then suddenly you turn around and you get a bunch of flour and suddenly it's worth, 1.5 times or whatever it was. Mushrooms are OP. Gotcha. The greenhouses were always pretty strong. Wouldn't surprise me one of the new ones is an outlier that, like, maybe the numbers are a bit too generous. Because right now we've got the greenhouse for, like, the regular greenhouse for all that stuff. I've got the greenhouse for the rice. We've got a rice field. We did start with nothing, so we don't even have, like, the full equipment to just run a normal field. Alright, so we're not done yet. Yeah, mushroom greenhouse? I do not have a mushroom greenhouse. I have a rice greenhouse, and I have a greenhouse for, like, chili peppers, tomatoes, and all that. The mushroom greenhouse is its own thing. But they used to run a mod that the grass would continue to grow if you didn't cut it. You cut at the end? Yeah, nah, like, usually with a lot of stuff, I usually don't worry about considering mods at all. It's just one of those things that the moment you start getting mods into the picture, you can go, this is true, this is always true, except for when I'm running a mod. Which is true, no lies detected, but also non-standard gameplay kind of thing. Alright, so I've already harvested this. Oh, interesting. So it won't let me flood that right now. Do you what's on the right side of the road? So this greenhouse here is for rice. That greenhouse over there is for, like, chili peppers, tomatoes, and all that kind of stuff. There's 3 types of greenhouses now. There's the rice greenhouse, the mushroom greenhouse, and then, like, your other vegetables greenhouse. Well, other fruits and vegetables. Strawberries aren't a vegetable. Black building on the main road? I mean, these are literally all I own. These here. Anything else you see doesn't belong to me. So interestingly enough, it won't let me flood the field right now. So the question, oh, it is 0.6 acres is how big that is. Strawberries grow from a vine and are thus a fruit. Strawberries normally grow from the bottom. They don't grow from a vine. It's not a bush. A bush is oversay. It's like a little thing that comes out of the ground. They just have like little things hanging off. They're not like a full-on vine. Like I've seen strawberries grown plenty of times. There may be some like hybrid variant or something that might grow in there. So here's a question. Do I have enough water to keep that running? Probably. So let's check if there's any contracts like would be like, oh no, I really want to do it. Honestly, not really. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is advance a day. Oh, that probably is mushrooms, but that doesn't belong to me. That's the neighboring property. I can't mess with any of this over here. Which, weirdly, the place I sleep is on the neighboring property. Just because they gave you a freebie just on the map. Well, I mean, the implication is that this is my grandpa's. Or, like, it was my dad's house or whatever. Okay, so let's check on all of this stuff. Yeah, so we're at the point we definitely need the water. Yes, I had people tell me I didn't need to plow this or cultivate or anything between seasons. But I'm not getting the option to reflood it. So I'm going to go with the assumption that I had previously, which is that they're wrong. Because now I need water, it's probably faster for me to do this and all that. Oh, right, I was going to check on the price. It also says empty of rice as well. Yeah, and that's what I think, is it just has the thing. Okay, so it looks like January is when we want to sell the stuff from our greenhouses. Oh, and what about the wood? I should have sold them last. Well, actually, we probably don't have more. So August for there, August and November. November's still fine. Yeah, so January for the greenhouse, August for that, and for the rice saplings, October. You need to cultivate and flood it before you plant? Yes. Well, that's what I thought as well. And then I had people sitting there going, no, 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 you can just flood it. And it's like, are you sure? That doesn't sound right. Which I know it's new and all that. So that's a grass mower. That's a pretty big, well, relatively big cedar. How much would it cost me to get an okayish? So we can get up to 230 horsepower worth. So I can get up to one to like 7.5 meters. Which I do find it interesting, like sometimes with these, so it's like, okay, you need 240 horsepower, you're only 4 meters wide. And then you go to like ones like this, and like, yeah, no, that's fine. That takes less horsepower, but it's much bigger. So why would I ever buy that one versus this one? I mean, other than that one's way cheaper. Which I guess fair enough. Maybe that's the entire reason. But like the horsepower to the output. Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna buy that. I was gonna see if I wanted to switch off of the tiny little plow. Size the field too? I mean, sure. Well, here's a question. Any contracts that's worth throwing an AI person at? Probably not. No. Alright, one sec. Before I put all the time there. How big is this plow that I'm using? It's a little tiny sucker. Yeah, so you're 1.5 meters. Or not even. You're 1.2 meters. I'm basically seeing it's like, okay, do I justify trying to sell something? Actually, here's a question. If I plowed part of it, will you let me? No. Alright. Basically what I'm trying to do is see if there's a way I can get away with putting in way less effort. Because this one here, even at that price, that is still 3 times the size of what I've got going on here, and still a little bit over. I'm gonna buy it. That'll just be faster, like, versus me doing this whole thing with this tiny microscopic little plow. Do the headlands and try? Nah, I'm just gonna assume, like, with that being the way it is, I'm not gonna try and, like, shortcut my way around it. Very clearly you're meant to cultivate or plow or something like that. I'll just get the other one. It'll be 4 meters wide as opposed to our 1.2. So that should make it way faster. And then I'll have it going in the future. So cultivators. This John Deere here will work well for us. So details. So with that now, if I'm going to take on cultivating contracts, I do have a cultivator. So if they're not offering me one that's particularly large, I get myself a little bit of extra money by not using theirs. Did you choose your fields or choose the quick start farm? I literally started on all of the hardest settings. So they gave me nothing, and I also gave myself $100,000 debt to mean I could take the $100,000 that you can start with at the minimum and immediately got rid of the $100,000. So I started with $0, 0 property, 0 vehicles, and went from there. Which is one reasons why I don't own like 8 or 9 different pieces of property already. And the other one is because I am focusing on this temple stuff a lot. And for the record, this isn't as difficult as I normally set it. I can't actually do the difficulty I normally do in this till we get the mods. What I usually do is I do what's referred to as a Survivor Man Challenge. And the Survivor Man Challenge is you get a map that has basically nothing on it. So it's just like wilderness. So it's either like fields or trees or whatever. And they'll usually have like a buy and a sell point because it's required for the game to function, and a place to repair and get gas. And then from there you build up. And you'll usually start with a chainsaw, because again, you gotta have some way of making money. And you give yourself one section of land that has trees on it, because again, you need some way to make money. No problem, Infinity Simplex. You have a good one. Probably came across with Bitter Bits. But yeah. And then usually I also make it a rule that I'm not allowed to take loans or leases when I'm doing the Survivor Man Challenge. We're also not doing loans and leases outside. We did do them with the contracts just to make it work. Let's see. You're happy to see that they have options to set your starting money to 0 by starting with a loan. Having a no-mod way. Yeah, no, the way I used to give myself 0 is I would start the game, and then I would turn around, and once I had started, I would close the game, edit the save file, to just delete the money. Yeah, and I know Jess raided Hippos, so I hung out with Hippos for a while. I have to clean up because I'm doing terrible on these head rows. But yeah, no, if Hippo raided Bitter Bits, are you allowed to take collectibles? If I'm doing the challenge, no. All those things that are quick and easy money are usually not allowed when I'm doing the challenge. For the record, one of the things with the Survival Man challenge is it's not one of those challenges that's like formal rules that like everyone has agreed upon. It's a thematic challenge. And usually the Survivor Man part, more than anything else, is that starting on a map where there isn't like an existing building and all that stuff. Yeah, there's collectibles in the game. Hidden stuff. I actually have no idea what the situation is with this one. I do know they exist, but like how many, what they're worth, and all that, I don't know. They used to be pretty powerful. In the easy, or like, shouldn't say easy, in the map that you had the tutorial on 22, I think you get, what was it, like 1.5 million or 2.5 million? Just some pretty solid amount of money you could get off the first one, because that first map had something like 100 collectibles. I know I had to collect them more than once because I collected the first time and it didn't give me the achievement, so I had to collect them a second time to get the achievement. Which, I don't know if that was a mistake on my part, like I had missed one and I just overlooked it, but when I realized I was going to have to go through the whole thing again to figure out which one I had missed, I was just like, I'll just make a new save for doing this achievement. I think that was literally the last achievement I did. It's either that one or, I know the last ones I worked on was the grapes and olives, because that just took a long time. Alright. Yeah, so not Iono Cultivator. What? Oh. You're getting stuck in the concrete, that's fair. Not Iono Cultivator. We could start taking, like... when we go to take the cultivator contracts, I'll just use my tractor and the cultivator we get, save the money. And then if we start making enough money, and then we just buy a better cultivator. Start using that to help us afford some equipment. All right. How do you get the GPS working? So you have a button to give you the AI worker. I believe it's H by default. If you push and hold that, it'll bring up this screen, and all you do is you switch that over to steering assist. You choose OK, and these are just configurations you can do, like if you want more or less headlands. And then once you're here, you'll see that. And then once you line up with one of the white lines, it'll turn orange. You hit the same button you would use to do your worker, which again I think is H by default for if you're using QWERTY keyboard. And it'll follow that line, and then you end up having to like pop off the line yourself and all that at the end. So it's not like full on autopilot so much as like it does help you do straight lines or follow the borders and that kind of thing. Yeah, and I don't remember the exact amount, but I do remember it was a thing that you'd have people who would be like, okay, I'm going to start with $0, and then they collect all the collectibles, and like, so you're starting with like $1.5 million or whatever it is. They're like, I mean, yes, technically you are being correct, you did start with $0, but also it doesn't feel like it. Man, I remember when we started the Survivor Man Challenge on No Man's Land, and the number of times, like, at the beginning where people saw me fighting with, like, the tiniest plow and, like, the smallest little tractor, you know, just getting that little teeny tiny fields worth of crop and all that going while we had our greenhouses. And they're like, oh yeah, well, if you want to have more money without, like, doing the loans and leases, you just go get the collectibles on the roof and give you a ton of money. And you get all that money and then you'd be good. It's like, yeah, that kind of defeats the whole point of the challenge. No Man's Land changed the game. Oh yeah, but I mean, that's such a desirable thing for so many people that they just, like, they want a greenfield situation where they just have an empty map kind of thing, and they make it what they want. Like, don't get me wrong, the maps in the game are beautiful, and I think a lot of people like the maps that we have in the game a lot. But yeah, there's definitely something to be said for the No Man's Land style play where you're like, I'm literally building the city. Okay, can I flood the field now? And you might be going, why on earth are you flooding the field? It's September. You can't plant rice in September. And you'd be right. But the field counts as a water source now. Now that I'm flooding the field, it counts as a water source. So if we're taking our incredibly small water container to fill up our greenhouse, we do this. Yeah, this one doesn't bother me because it's not saving me any money. Because I can just take this down to the river. So I don't feel like this is one of those things that, like, I'm cheesing to get, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars for free. Like, when you start doing, like, the whole thing where you build a solar panel and then use the money for the solar panel, build a solar panel, to use the money. And sooner or later, you're making millions and millions of dollars every single day doing literally nothing. It doesn't feel cheesy like that. And no judgment if you do that. But it just saves a little bit of time. So it's unfortunately going to take me a minute to get this all handled. I didn't check. Were we having good sales today? Yeah, we did check. And none of those things, like, are things I want right now. You say it as if cheese is a bad thing? Well, no, like, that's the thing. I do feel like, obviously, when you're playing on your own, play however you want. If you're having fun, congratulations, you're playing the game correctly. You know, and, like, if you're playing with friends, as long as your friends are all on board with how you choose to have creative use of game mechanics, again, that's fine. But also, everyone's gonna have, like, different lines in the sand between, like, oh yeah, this is the kind of cheese I'm okay with, versus this kind of cheese that doesn't feel good. Because, like, there's definitely, like, definitely games that there are ways of doing things that are effective. They're like, nah, doesn't feel good. Like in RimWorld, they had the Vortex kill box. I didn't mind making kill boxes. I didn't make that many kill boxes, but I would every once in a while. But the Vortex kill box was just one of those ones like, I just don't like it. Like, and again, if you're watching people do, like, 500% naked brutality and yada yada, yeah, that's what you play. Like, that's how you play those. Gregor says, you thought the No Man's Land was a great idea, but then the map designer went and did things that ultimately allowed you to cheese the game by having the collectibles, really cheap buildings like the greenhouse that paid really high prices for crops, and really cheap water tower. You didn't mind the free water from the water tank towers, but make the price a bit more realistic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and that's actually one of the things that messed with our Survive Man run, is I got the greenhouse not realizing I got their greenhouse and it was different. And it was just like, holy crap, I am making way too much money. and we ended up scrapping those greenhouses and replacing them with the other. Like, at that point, I had the money. It was, like, too far to, like, go back and unsave. So we did ultimately get rid of those greenhouses and get rid of the other ones. But yeah. Yeah, no, I saw a hiccup on the Twitch chat server on my end as well, so it's not you. Alright. I was trying to remember, and this is something that I know I tested before in 22, and it's probably the same here. With stuff like the greenhouses where they've got multiple supplies, I was trying to remember if you have, like, say you've got your grain mill, and it's producing 2 different types of flour. You've got your sorghum flour, and you've got your wheat flour. Now, which comes out to the same type of flour as the product out. If I turn on 2 different production lines, does it make it faster than if I turn on 1 production line? Basically, does it split the production between it, or is it like an additional production? The reason I'm asking is I'm thinking about this sawmill here going, okay, with the sawmill here, would I be better served to keeping all production lines on, or just going strictly for the beams? Because the beams are the ones that sell worth the most. So if it is one of those things that it only is going to, like, it's going to, you know, split production between them all, you know, then the beams are one. But if it is all those things where they're just additional productions, then I would want to leave them all on, because even if it's the cheaper stuff, if I'm just getting that in addition to what I'm already doing, that's fine. We should be getting pretty close to how many tanks, because I know this thing can only carry 20 tanks. No Man's Land, yeah, No Man's Land was a mod map for it. Like, the map's really cool, it's just you have to avoid, like, if you don't want to feel like you're really cheesing it, you've got to avoid, you can buy, like, their version of a bunch of the buildings. And a lot of the ones in their version of the building are very, very generous. Like, very generous. I can tell when the greenhouse is full, I'll try to put water in it and it won't work. It'll just keep however much water's in here. Like, to give an example, I want to say the regular greenhouses, I was making a couple $100 a month per greenhouse. The mod map greenhouse was something like 20,000 or 12,000 a month in game. So you're talking like more than a factor of 10 to 50 difference. Like, it was really absurdly powerful. We gotta be getting close. It wasn't quite empty. Does anyone remember with the production lines, though? Like, that's genuinely me asking. Like, with the production lines, if it is additive or it is, like, split. So, like, each production thing, am I taking a certain amount of my production capabilities and splitting it between things, or just, if it is additive where, like, I do an additional thing, I just get more stuff out of it per cycle or per whatever? Because I feel like, I want to say it was split. That there was a reason to turn stuff off if you weren't using it. Okay, we should be full any second now. Because we have done a lot of these, and it's not using it remotely as fast as I'm pulling it. Now, this is the reason why I'm okay with this. Imagine the alternative, which is I have to drive all the way from up here. I can go down this road. Well, actually, it's down there. over here, drop down here, and it's somewhere along in this area I'm able to get down to the shore. So I have to do all that driving per lap. There, it's full. Because now it's not accepting any more water. Probably need to flatten out that land at some point. Okay, so what else do I need? Right, so I need to get some wood for the, Yeah, the wood from stuff. Yeah, no, and it's fine that you had the price options with the modded map, that everything was cheap. It was just those things that, like, you had to be aware of, being like, if I'm playing this and I want a challenge, do not touch the modded buildings. Yeah, but that was just kind of it. Like I said, you just had to be aware of it and just, like, not touch those buildings. And then, like, that was, once you knew not to touch the buildings, it was fine. Like, if they had not been labeled and all that, that was a problem. But yeah, that's what got me, like I said, on my challenge run, is I didn't realize it got the wrong greenhouse. I'm like, why is this making me so much money? Yeah, it'll be a 2-tripper. I was gonna try and do it all in one, but I'm like, I'm gonna have to fight the skid in place. It's fine. It's a pity, too, because the modded buildings are really nice looking. Yeah. Alrighty, Nick, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and all that. Thank you for everyone hanging out. Like, I was not expecting nearly this much of a turnout on, like, an unscheduled, just random stream that I even started late and everything. Well, late if it was a normally scheduled stream. So, like, the fact they've had so many, and plus everyone who came over with the raids and all that, like, it's definitely a thing where, you know, people pop over for raids, and it is very genuinely a thing that when you have a raid, usually upward, like, above 50% of people will ultimately bail after a little while, which it makes sense. They have the content creator they like, you know, that content creator's probably on a schedule with their own, yada yada. So all those, like, little variables, they just don't have a whole lot of people stick around. You're the only one streaming Farm Sim 25 on your follow list? Yep. Which for those who are not, like, super into this game, we are still variety streamer. We're gonna still be playing variety. I know I've been playing this for, like, the last 5-6 streams or whatever it is now. 6, is it? Yeah, 6 streams. And then before that, I was playing basically Factorio for, like, the last 2 weeks. And then before that, we were basically playing Satisfactory for, like, the last 2 weeks. What is your problem, Tree? Clipped in the ground? Yeah, no, I see this. I'm not sure the best way to resolve it. Let's see, 9% of your follow list is from raids you have done. Yep. Just realized the tree's light enough I can pick it up by hand. Yeah, no, that's kind of one of the things is I do raid a lot of different people. Because, like, I have a lot of people I know who make good content that over, like, the last 2-3 years, you know, I've gotten to know and whatnot. And it is those things that I've gotten a lot better at being able to, when we hop into a new category and we're looking around, I can usually spot if there's, like, something like, oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be a fairly solid-seeming person in this category. Yeah, let's go make a new friend. And then they usually become a new friend. That's what we definitely have had times where I've raided someone, and then air raid sirens go off, and you're like, oh, this is a miss. And there's nothing wrong with, like, the air raid sirens and all that kind of thing. But when you're going from, you know, lo-fi, chill vibes, relaxing, into an air siren, it's like, well, everyone just woke up. That's only happened a couple of times. But yeah, no, last time we did the Survivor Man challenge, we did No Man's Land. And then I did do, it didn't get super far, but I did a decent amount of a series on YouTube, which was Calm Lands, which was the same basic idea of No Man's Land, but it had, like, a little bit more developed for its tiny little, like, this is your sell point town. So instead of just having, like, one universal sell point kind of deal, it had, like, 5, 6, 7 ones that are like, this is the grain one, this is this one, this is that one. And how are we doing on this? You're still at only 7,500 wood. But yeah, and I liked Calm Lands a lot. I do think if it, like, literally we had the same mod maps as last time, there is a good chance I would do Calm Lands again. Just one, so we have a different map than I did last time. And then two, I kind of liked a lot of the things it did that No Man's Land just did differently. Like, the sell points I actually don't like as much as No Man's Land, if I'm being honest. But it did a lot better of having, like, rolling hills and that kind of stuff, so it wasn't quite as flat. Like, No Man's Land had some elevation going on. Like, it wasn't flat like what their other map was. There was a map that was like Texas or whatever, which it was flat, the map. You remember that run? Stacking all the wood in a flatbed truck was funny? Yup. And that's the flatbed truck we worked up to. I remember sitting there with the little pickup truck and just hucking logs on the back of the pickup truck. Isn't Texas flat in real life? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. It's an accurate map. My point is, it's boring. And I'm not talking about the map, I'm talking about Texas. I mean, sorry, the map. I actually have no opinion on Texas. I have been to Texas. There you go. Aren't all maps flat? If you're talking about the paper document, no, because after I crumple it up and throw it in the garbage, it's not flat anymore. They also come in silicon as well. As in computers. Yeah. And then the pickup. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. No, you're good. You're good, Infinity Simplex. Because we also did a flatbed as well. You were right regardless. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because we started with the pickup truck and we eventually got the flatbed, which was better by volume, but a lot harder to keep everything happy as it wanted to all go everywhere. Like even with the straps, we had to do all sorts of shenanigans. But yeah, no, it's just another Survivor Man-esque map. They have a Texas one. And it's just because some people don't like the hills, because as you probably noticed when I went and put down the buildings at the other location, or sorry, the greenhouse and all that, the greenhouse kind of made the ground all janky, which you can fix, but you have to take the time to fix. And there's a lot of people who do not like dealing with it, because admittedly the terraforming in the game is a little tricky, which is honestly true of pretty much every game I've seen that's ever had terraforming that wasn't like voxel. It's just that this is no exception. So some people just don't want to deal with it. Fine, I'll go on the road. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that for me personally, I like maps to have lots of elevation to them. I like them to have like wooded areas and all that. That's I made the comment that what I would love to see, and this would not be nearly as challenging of a map, by the way, and that like, oh, please stop. Please stop being angry, physics. We need this tree into the lumberyard. It's angering the physics. Alright, that should be plenty. But yeah, it's, yeah, so you can see, like, right here, you can look at the edge of this. So you can see how this terrain isn't flat, it's got, like, a little edge here. This isn't too bad. This is a little bit worse here, where you got, like, this big step up. Those can get real extreme if you accidentally build, like, directly into the side of a hill or something. It'll chunk in there pretty good. It does have a limit that doesn't let it get super awful. But trying to fix it after the fact can be a little bit difficult. Okay, so let's go ahead and check on the temple. I don't remember if we did that today. Alright, so you're still working through what we got there. Did you end up fixing the rice field? Yeah. All I had to do was I just basically had to plow it or cultivate it, so I just cultivated it. Oh, we are seeing actual construction here now. Are you telling me all those materials I put in this place, and we got a couple of columns? I'm deeply concerned at the sheer amount of stuff I might have to feed this building. Because that's the third stage we've been feeding this thing. So I'm a little nervous about how much you're expecting out of me. Alright, so let's check on that price of that wood, because I saw we had wood stuff sitting there. Yeah, so you're October, so we'll sell our rice things in October. So we got October, we got January, and right the heck now. The roller coaster had 11 stages? Man, I did not remember it being that much. Yeah, because we're on stage 3 or 4 now. Helps if I actually lower it. So those are just regular planks. Where can I get the best price for regular planks? Oh, regular planks are sold in June. That's fine, we're just gonna drop these over here. Okay. Any of the contracts we're really worried about? Like, some of those are fine, but it's raining, I just don't want to deal with it. The wood transfer, like, those will be good money. But Oh, I mean, we do have the cultivating ones. So how big are the ones with the yellow back? Like, am I gonna be like, oh man, I really want the bigger one? So let's go here, cultivators. So you're 6 meters versus my 4 meters. So you are considerably larger. They're really not charging me hardly any much for the lease. I mean, that would be easy money. Probably should take it. So I am gonna borrow because it is only 900. And there is 3 of these right here. It'll be almost 20,000. Because 1.5 the size of the one we have. There are things to build in the map? Yes. All of the new maps have them. And then from the last, from 22, the Silver Run has one. I'm going to temporarily hire the AI worker to start this, because I've got to use the bathroom. So I have the AI worker started. I'll use the restroom and I'll be back here in just a minute. Let's see, I'm guessing you need more money to build whatever they are. Well, basically the way you build it is you drop off materials. They do buy the materials from you. So it isn't one of those things that like you just keep throwing cash at them. The issue I'm doing is rather than making those materials, I'm trying to cut the corner and just buy it outright. Which is probably not the right answer, but I'm trying to rush it. Anyways, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. Pick you up. Put you down. Really, game? Now? Well, that's a reload, because Cookie's dead. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run! I wanted to run back this. Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. Alright, and I am back. I have no idea what the AI driver's doing, other than they're not going to be doing it anymore. Okay. So you get this money going and all that. I started like looking at the time, I was like, man, we're not really far into stream. I was like, oh right, I didn't start. What are you doing? I'm just continuing what they started. Sneaky streaming? Yeah. So basically, I had a lot of things I want to get done today, and I got them all done. And then me and Toom, we went out, had a little fun, did some touristy stuff here, and got back, and she was basically spent because she's had like a long week, so she went to sleep, and I'm like, all right, do you mind if I go and stream if you're just gonna, you know, crash the night? She's like, yeah, no, that's fine. Like, cool. Which for like, I've mentioned this before, I don't have to ask permission or anything like that. You know, it's just like, hey, are you just like taking a nap or something, and you're gonna want to do some later, or like, are you done for the night? Because you're done for the night, I'm gonna want to play games, and if you're gonna go ahead and play games, and the games I want to play are the ones I should be streaming, I'm just gonna go ahead and stream. So it was an off-schedule stream that we started a bit late. But yeah, no, it's just making the comments like, look at the time. It's like, man, I haven't been streaming that long. Oh yeah, no, for like the time I normally wrap up, that's not that far away, but that was because I started stream like 10:30 or something like that. So very genuinely, we just started that much later than normal. It's one of those things, and I've been pretty bad about like a lot of the other stuff around streaming. I've not been the best of keeping up with lately. You have killed so many stream streaks. That's something I've kind of come to just accept. Like, it's a thing that's been a thought that's come up a number of times, and it was just one of those things. I just kind of made the decision that's like, you know what? Having the stream streaks not let me stream, like, when I have opportunities and all that, that it was kind of just one of those things. I'm like, you know what? Trying to keep these going is the thing. And then plus the stream streaks keep breaking for people even when everything's going smoothly. That's, so you're like, you know what? I can't, like, cause it'd be a thing. It's like, do I not, like, let's say me and Drongo decide to collab someday, or like insert anyone else that like isn't quite overlapping my schedule. That means at least one, if not both of us, are gonna have to do like offer normal hours stream, which is totally fine. But then you're gonna be like, oh man, I can break all these people's stream streaks. It's like, I can't let that keep me from being able to do stuff with other people and, you know, off-schedule stuff. It sucks, but it's just kind of one of those things. Because the alternative means it's like, oh, it's not my allotted time, can't stream. I also fully expect it hasn't happened yet. I keep expecting there to be a case where I will be, I'll be streaming and my internet will go out, and then everyone's stream streaks will get destroyed, and it won't even be, like, it won't be my fault, but still, the result's the same. I'm kind of looking at stream streaks are kind of fun mechanic, but not one I'm gonna sweat anymore. There's only a couple people who still have the really, really long running stream streaks going. Most everyone else is sooner or later they've had something where they went to go on vacation, they couldn't tune in, or their internet went down, or whatever the case may be. They just, you know, they overslept, whatever, and they couldn't get their stream streak and they lost it. And, you know, that's a bummer, but yep. Because when I decided, I was like, you know what, I might stream today. I'd even debate, it's like, do I want to stream, like, get the bot account out? I'm like, you know what, honestly, if it gets down to that point, I might as well not stream. Sorry, I'm just dealing with a doctor's appointment earlier today, so I'm taking off the thing where they drew blood, getting the bandage off. At least this time it wasn't bad. Last time, I don't know what happened. The person drew blood and it just, like, it didn't go well. I had this like welt all over the entire like part of my arm. I was like, dang, what happened here? Was like really, really sensitive for a couple of days. The approach understood that one is the day that the team introduced the feature stream streaking, so is no longer working at Twitch. Ah, I hadn't heard that. Glad the US folks get a bonus Friday morning stream, even if you are wrapping soon or whatever. Yeah, we still have like at least it's about an hour-ish, assuming I don't go long. We still have like at least that long. So it's not like we're wrapping up here in the next 5-10 minutes or anything like that. But there's that. Yeah, so the Silver Run roller coaster had 11 phases to it. I did not know that it was that long. That means we have actually been building the temple, and I was just like, I'm still only seeing foundations. We were probably seeing more foundations. Yeah, FG had said that, so they probably won't add a freeze the streak feature. Gotcha. Oh yeah, no, we're not doing a 16-hour streak. Toom would get up in the morning for her doctor's appointment, find me awake, and Toom is not one of the people who will yell at you or anything like that. I don't think she would be happy. I think she'd be pretty upset about that. Because more than likely we're going to be doing something together tomorrow. And by that I actually mean we have errands we got to run. Because I know we need to run to the grocery store and everything. And if I did a 16-hour stream, you know what I'm not going to be good for? Any of those kind of things. I'll be ready to go back to sleep. So that'd be pretty unfair. Yeah, I'll knock out these to get ourselves a little bit of extra money. I do think we just keep working on the temple like we've been doing and then expand our equipment and fields and all that as able. Yeah, have you got plans with your partner? Go have fun with them? Yeah, I mean, right now the only plans are just we need to go to the grocery store. All the errands that we were really expecting to take a bit longer, we got knocked out today. But that is the one that needs to happen, because we got all that. Yeah, no, I get you. That's what I'm saying. It's not like we have, like, a huge amount of plans. It's just, tomorrow we're going to the grocery store. That is the big to-do. Because if we don't go, we're going to start having canned soup as our primary meal choice. Which is nothing wrong with canned soup, but you'll get tired of it pretty quickly. Okay. I'm also feeling pretty good that if we push for the $1 million in the temple, I feel like we'll be some of the only people who actually do it. Because a lot of people who hop into Farm Sim, and this isn't to be like, they're like no judgment, they're probably going to hop in for a couple of days to a week and then probably get back out. Or like move on to the next thing or whatever, which that's totally fine, fair, and valid. Just because of like everything else coming out. You're probably not going to have too many people that stick with it very long. And you have a lot of players that are new to the game that they're going to make the same mistakes that every single new player makes in the game, which is going to cost them a lot of progress and a lot of efficiency with that progress. All right. So I'm eager to start checking out some of the new production line stuff soon. I'm also curious, like how broken these mushroom greenhouses are, since we're hearing that the mushroom greenhouses are pretty overpowered. I am curious, like, relative to the normal greenhouses, which people would also argue are overpowered, with a certain amount of justification because it's a fairly passive income. So it's not that it gives you a ridiculous amount of money in a short period of time, so much as, you know, you put next to nothing money into it, and money comes out of it. But yeah, we can figure that all out. We can do a decent amount of cultivating here. I know I'm missing a chunk of this one. It's fine. With the way the AI was cutting across it, I'm just like, you know what? It's fine. I'll do the header row. We'll jump into another one of these lanes. It'll be a bit of a slop job. But whatever. Yeah, so we got all this over here. Probably hit the outside edge here. Yeah, probably do the outside edge header row. Okay. Yeah, because I'll take that outside one. We got a couple of spots that are missed there. We've got those like 2-3 rows up there. And that's all mostly left undone, so that's fine. And I think those are the biggest of the fields we had here. So it shouldn't be a gold thing. Let me see real fast. Okay. Sorry, there's just some chatter going on with some other stuff I've been part of organizing and all that, so just keeping an eye on it that, like, I probably won't be needed to deal with any of it. Like, and even if whatever's going on continues to go on, I probably won't be involved and deal with it. Just keeping an eye on it, just be like, okay, do I need to not jump in and handle anything because it's being handled, nothing like that, but just kind of keep myself in the loop as things happen. Normally I'm not having to worry about other stuff during stream going on. I actually don't even really need to be worrying about it either. But I just keeping an eye. Doing my, well, not really doing my part, even just keeping an eye. Alright. And I haven't even keeping an eye to make sure, okay, that's all working fine. With the dare drops, because I have the dare drop stuff up on my screen, I haven't really been keeping a careful eye on all this. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this back this way. So we can go halfway there, get those 2 stripes, and then this side will be mostly not messed up. I very much enjoy Farm Sim as a game for like a whole bunch of reasons. So like for streaming game, it lets me have conversations with you all where I'm not sitting here constantly have to like juggle stuff. Like when I play Project Zomboid, I have to like really focus on the game when we're in any type of situation. Like I'm going into a building, I'm fighting a group, and it does mean I end up having to kind of ignore stream, like chat and everything. Not full on ignore them, but it's like I kind of have to just deal with the game for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes at a time, and then I can kind of divert and start, you know, properly chit-chatting with chat and paying attention again there. And there's a lot of games like that, or games like Factorio where you get like super absorbed in trying to figure out, like you're dealing with some novel problem going, okay, I can do this, but if I approach it like that, then I gotta worry about this. Okay, but how do I scale that and all that kind of thing. That again, it runs that same problem where you get like really focused in trying to solve your problem that it can be a little bit difficult to keep up with chat sometimes. Which is all fine. Like, in chunks, that can be not a problem. But, like, if that becomes, like, a regular occurrence in your content, it can start to detract from it because, you know, if you want to watch just someone play a game and not participate in a meaningful way, there's plenty of good recordings on YouTube. Or, you know, you can play the game yourself or whatever. But when it comes, like, the main benefit that Twitch has over, like, YouTube and all that is the interactivity. So, like, that's a very important part of the offering. And it's just kind of one of those things that you start to become very self-conscious of. But a game like, you know, American Truck Simulator or, you know, Farming Simulator, these kind of games, they do a really good job where there's stuff to work on that you're like, okay, I'm paying attention, making sure I'm hitting the lines, and okay, what is the next thing I'm gonna grow, and yada yada yada. There's that going on, but none of that's the kind of gameplay where you have to like super focus on the game just to keep things going. Okay, so that spot's basically done. And as an added thing there as well, there is a lot of opportunity when you're playing to the game to get chat involved. So like we've done a lot of, we've done a couple predictions here, but we've done a lot of, okay, hey, I could work on this thing or that thing. What would you rather I work on? And we'll do that. And usually that's been like buying stuff. It's like, okay, I can buy land or I can buy this greenhouse. What does chat want to see? Do a vote and all that. Whereas again, you're playing games like Project Zomboid, a lot of times, like, what are you doing? Slaying zombies. What else? Slaying zombies. What's your next objective? Slaying zombies. Why don't you go to loot? Don't need to. Slaying zombies. I have all the loot. I've got everything I need. There's nothing left for me here. Sounds like they are loot. Yeah, no, it's just one of the things that when you get to like mid to late game Project Zomboid, like it's a thing that once you learn the mechanics of Project Zomboid, there are certain things that once, and when I say no, it's not that you've read them. I mean no, like you've played the game and you may have read them initially, but you played the game, you kind of really get a feel for it, that you start to realize how many mechanics of the game you can just outright ignore and pretend don't exist, and you're fine. That like going through the thing to, you know, quote unquote use the proper survival or whatever, and you realize it literally doesn't matter. Like it's superficial. You just like that survival mechanic, you can just chuck it in the bin. It's not needed, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. It gives you the flexibility of playing how you want to play, but then as you chip those away and you realize you peel off a little bit more of the veneer and you peel off more of the veneer and you just see what's inside. And it's still a good game, but like how the survival mechanics of the game are barely paper deep. That again, it's a game that you fight zombies that has light survival mechanics is the way I'd approach it. The zombies are the point of the game. The survival mechanics are barely a participant. Which I do hope changes in Build 42. Like, I mean, I'm torn on it. I should rephrase, I'm torn on that. Because the heavier it gets on the survival mechanics, the more we have to focus on the survival mechanics, which in some ways is a good thing, but it can very quickly come from fun to tedium. Project Zomboid has a lot of balancing to do. Hopefully addressed in Build 42. Well, that's kind of where I was going with the torn thing. Is I don't think the balance is bad. I don't think it is bad that it is easy to survive, because there are a lot of survival games that survival is the core mechanic that you have to put effort into, and a lot of them can be fun in the short term, but very, very, very quickly you're like, you know what I'm tired of doing? Whatever random maintenance survival mechanic you have to do. Nor do I expect Project Zomboid to, you think skill leveling is very imbalanced? I mean, Nimble could certainly use a buff. I wouldn't disagree with that. I think the weapons are fine. I think maintenance is fine. I could see the passives getting a little bit of a buff, too. It's a catch. Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah. If you're talking about that as well, that's the skills are getting worked on, for the record. The skills and traits. Car mechanic, that's a juggle one. if you know the tricks to leveling it up, it's not horrendous, but it's not good. It is a slow skill. There's definitely skills that are really rough. I feel like Nimble's the outlier, but it's also the catch. Once you hit like Nimble 5, if you know how to fight, like the game is easy street. Like you could literally like walk in and out of zombie range and they can't grab you fast enough because you're that. And also like if you don't know, when you get like Nimble to like 9, 10, you nimble faster than you can walk. It's bizarre. So yeah, they've got stuff and they're working on a lot of that. Let's see, it just makes no sense to replace batteries and lights to level it when you do it 20 times on different days. Yeah, no, I don't disagree that mechanic could use love. I mean, if we really want to get into skills that could use some love, let's look at electronics. The electronic skill stuff. That is a skill that's not super off a level. You just disassemble a bunch of stuff, but you get like 2 or 3 levels in it, and you go, what the heck is the point of this now? Like that to me is the bigger problem, is like first aid is an utterly useless skill. Electronics has like one use, which is hot wiring cars, and there's technically one more if you want to get a fancy stove. But otherwise, who cares? Yeah, disassemble 400 watches. But yeah, no, they're doing work there, and they're adding a bunch of new ones too. You can check their Thursdays for all that. So I don't disagree that the skills need some adjustments. Because when balance was mentioned, I was taking that more as like, oh, you know, I mean, I guess it is balance. It's just straight up balance, that the electrician skill and the first aid skill are just super underpowered. Stealth needs some love, because stealth, in my opinion, is actively a bad skill. Like, literally leveling up stealth makes it harder for you to survive. The stealth and the light-footed is my personal opinion. Let's see. They should level some skills up by reading magazines. Well, they got the recipe by magazines, and if my understanding of what's going to be happening, what's going to be happening in the game for Build 42 is true, there's going to be way more recipes than we've got now, and those recipes will primarily come from stuff like magazines and all that. So I think you are getting that already. I still think the base leveling in the game, period, will just be XP in general. And yeah, if you want to talk realism, then yes, like, you're not gonna learn advanced electronics by just poking a radio, the same exact model radio, 100 times. Like, I agree with that. But I think it's fine to have video game logic where it's like, yeah, you did an electrician 1,000 times, here's your level. Versus like, okay, well now you can make this trap, or now you can make this remote control and all that. Yeah, there's gonna be a recipe. You're just really good at soldering is what that means. You really know how to strip a wire without damaging the copper. This is a pretty decent-sized field. It'll be nice when we eventually get ourselves like a properly large tractor and get like the giant seeder and all that. That is the pro and the con of doing these slow burn runs in this game. On one hand, you can be like, all right, let's get to it. I'd like to get the bigger equipment to get things going faster. But on the other hand, it feels way better with the progression. Can get all that valuable insulator. Oh yeah. Tear apart, tear apart a network cable and you don't even damage that insulation in the middle. Not even talking like the casing to it, like the little strip they put in between the copper pairs. Let's see. You love how you keep repairing your generator with parts from electronic watches. In real life, me thinks about how much power is involved in shutters. Yeah, you're gonna have this watch that's running on like it's gonna be like 5-volt, like 1/100th of an amp or something like that, like next to no amperage behind it, and you're just gonna shove it inside of a generator that's gonna be pulling, 120 volt at like 12 amp or something like that. They can force you to read books to level skills, but also force you to read magazines to be able to craft things skill, but without having to use the skill to level it. I mean, I'm down for them having more alternatives, like they have the television, and which I always tell people to skip the television. You spend so much time trying to babysit the television and not getting the things you need to survive, plus not getting experience doing stuff. You think that would make for a neat smoke machine? For the fraction of a second those electronics last before they're just slagged? Yeah, no, I feel like for me, Project Zomboid, the TV, the carpentry things with the TV in that are a kind of a trap. Like, if you happen to be standing in a building that you're looting and it's on, that's fine, but I wouldn't go out of my way for them ever. Hey, thanks so much for the raid, Ramen Ren. Welcome in, and welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had yourself a good stream. How was your stream? What were you playing? All that good stuff. I'm gonna guess Farm Sim, but otherwise, regardless of what you're playing, I hope you had a good time. Yeah, TV, like, let's see, TV every run as a new player just means you're a corpse that has more carpentry XP. Well, yeah, and the problem is you spend so much time trying to make sure you get back to TV and staying near the TV and all those kind of things. You end up having less weapons, you end up having less food, you end up having less tools, because rather than spending all the time on that, you're hugging a TV. You're less likely to have a car, a secure area. Like, genuinely in that first week, there's a good chance I could have the generator, the magazine, and all that stuff. Let's see, you went well. You usually stream Star Citizen, but watching you play Farm Sim the last few days has made you get into it for a day or two. Nice! I hope you had a good time with it, and I hope your farm's going well. It is a really, really good chill game. Yeah, no, we're just talking about some, just like different things in Project Zomboid. Like, I would say the big traps in Project Zomboid that get you in trouble, that you think you're doing something to help yourself, but it's really hurting you more than you realize, is 3 of them. One of them is stealth. Stealth on paper sounds good. In Project Zomboid, it gets you killed. And there's a couple reasons for that. The first reason for that is it doesn't work the way you think. Stealth does not give you any benefit whatsoever in any capacity to being seen, only heard. It's purely the audible mechanic. The second thing that stealth does, and also, before I forget, if you're looking for more farming sim, Ramen Ren's playing that. So definitely don't forget to check that out. But the second thing stealth does is, even if you do successfully sneak past zombies, instead of the zombies all being on this side of you, now they're all around you. So when things do go sideways, that you've accidentally aggroed a group, you now have to backpedal through the other groups that you skipped, and that's a problem now. And then the third thing that boils down to is the stealth skill and the light-footed skill don't do anything meaningful for the range you're heard from. It's the chance per time you make noise that you are heard, which does mean you don't really get a reduced radius. So you go into a room and there's a zombie horde on the other side of the wall, and it's every couple steps it's rolling the dice. Be like, did you get here? Did you get heard? Did you get heard? Did you get heard? And while it does improve the odds you win that dice roll, you're rolling the dice so much that it's only a matter of like a little bit of walking before you get heard regardless. So it's just not very effective. And to be fair, if they did make it really effective, then you get into like the Assassin's Creed and Skyrim shenanigans where you run up to a zombie and you don't get seen like 2 inches away from it and silly stuff. But yeah, so stealth is kind of a meme skill that will just get you into trouble. It's not that it has no value. The 1 or 2 times I'll use stealth is one, if I'm just in a situation, it might delay it from me being heard a couple seconds. If I'm already in a bad spot, usually right at the beginning of a run. Or if I'm trying to ditch a group of zombies, I might cut one corner, cut the other corner, and then drop down to stealth and start walking the other corner if I can't just get distance real fast because, like, I'm in a city block or whatever. But even then, I don't count on it. The idea is I just use as a little bit of a... I'm probably going to get 3, 4, 5 steps before someone hears me, so I'm getting just a little bit of distance. But otherwise, stealth is a trap. I would argue that another thing that is a trap in the game is, as I said, the TVs. The TV watching the programs, that's those things that when you're a new player, every single person in Project Zomboid is like, oh, these TVs give you XP. That's amazing. I just suddenly shot up 3 levels in carpentry. That is, I should do this every run. And you wind up realizing you're hugging the TV for like 2/3 of the in-game day every single day for the first week, and then the helicopter shows up and you got nothing to show for it. And just get wrecked. And it's just like, nah, man, carpentry is super easy to level. Don't waste your time. You can in 1 or 2 in-game days just tearing apart furniture have level 5 carpentry. So like watching the TV and all that, not worth it. And same with like foraging and the other ones it gives you. All of those skills are very easy to level. Every skill you get off the TV in the game, those scheduled programs, you can level extremely quickly just working on them. And then the last one is fire. Well, actually, there's going to be 4. So there's fire. There are so many people who are like, oh, but the only way I can take out tons of zombies is with fire. And fire is just one of those things. Can you still turn on off expanding fields? Do you mean like making a new field, expanding fields? Because your fields don't just get bigger on their own. Yeah, fishing too. Fishing is another one that's really easy to level. That one's at least slow. Like if you are playing like a difficult run that you might need to lean on fishing a little bit during the winter, which is rough, I can see a certain amount of justification in being like, I'm gonna put a bit, an effort there. The only thing worse than being chased by a horde is being chased by a horde on fire. Oh yeah, no, you can expand and merge fields, but you have to actually opt into it. I don't know of any cultivators you can do that with, but you can do it with the plows. That's usually what you make fields with, is the plows, by the way. There are a couple other tools, like I don't know about this one, but I do know in the last Farm Sim 22 you could use the forest mulcher. That one also could expand fields, or make fields. But I want to say for the cultivators, you got to get a mod in the other ones to do that. But then the last one that people, and if people don't know why the fire is dangerous in Project Zomboid, it's things catch fire, and now you can't fight them because if they touch you or get too close to you, you catch fire, and if you catch fire, you're basically dead. Like, you're basically made out of lighter fluid soaked sawdust. Yeah, no, what I was going to say, Guardian, though, is you could make fields in Farm Sim 22, but not with cultivators, without a mod. You could do it with plows, and you could do it with the mulcher forestry things, but you needed a mod to make the cultivators do it. At least, unless there was, like, some specific cultivator, there was an exception to that. But yeah, no, you can do it in this one. The plow still has it. I saw it on the plow. Remove some fear of fire. Right, but my point is, the other thing that fire does, it burns down half the city when you're doing it. It's very, very easy for fire to get out of control in Project Zomboid. And then you burn all the loot you want and all that. But, then the other one was going to be using your car as a weapon in Project Zomboid. I don't see it as much nowadays. I think people wised up to it. But you'd have people do the thing where they take their car and then spin it backwards and like helicopter the car to kill the zombies nearby. And my stance in that was always, when you're doing that kind of thing, you're taking a perfectly good car and converting it into a coffin. Because sooner or later you'll blow a tire in the middle of the group and now your car's immobilized and you're swarmed and you die. So that's another one that I think a lot of new players in Project Zomboid see you can kill a good, decent number of zombies with the car relatively safely and think, oh yeah, well, I'll just use this. And it goes from everything is fine to, oh crap, I am so dead. So fast. And I feel like those are all tricks that can get yourself in lots of trouble. You can also hurt yourself running stuff into it? Yeah. Yeah, no, car accidents are very dangerous in Project Zomboid. I wouldn't say that's a new player snag, because I definitely know people who have been, hundreds of thousands of hours in the game, who it's more just, like, it's not a trap, it's just like the whole impatience will get you in trouble. And so you got people flying down the road at 70 and they catch a telephone pole or whatever trying to swerve around a horde and then they're just dead. It's still a good game. Definitely recommend. Very different game from Farm Sim. Which the only reason that came up for those who popped it with the raids and all that was I was comparing about Farm Sim how I like it's a game that I can kind of relax, have a conversation, and not have to be like full focus in on the game when things pick up. Versus games like Project Zomboid, which I also like, that is not the case. That when you're playing, if you want to live, you gotta be at max focus the entire time. You're not locked in a room by yourself. Driving off-road is unreasonably dangerous? I wouldn't say it's unreasonably dangerous. In real life, if you're going 70, 80 down the highway and you go off on the shoulder, that is a real fast way to have bad things happen. Like, you hit one pothole and you lose control of your car, like where there's just a divot or something, and it's just done. Currently planting 20 acres of corn. You love harvesting corn. Not even that fast. Yeah, no, you only need to be going 20, 30 miles per hour, and you catch something that turns your wheel sideways. That's all it takes to lose control of your car. That reminds you, speed limits in Ireland are not limits, they're challenges. You have plenty of people pretty much across the globe who feel that way. It's all a game of how fast can I get away with. That is a fairly universal truth of people. Not everyone does it, to be clear, but there isn't a demographic exempt from it. They saw an image of the most uneven dirt road ever. Posted speed limit 80. There's a... This guy off-roads with a regular car. Yeah, there's a few roads that I've been on that, like, you're going down this road and it's 65, and it's like the narrowest 2-lane road that's doing all these like really tight turns every, like, 65 miles per hour in what? It's like, you could pay me to take like a motorcycle down this and feel safe that I'm not going to get clipped by someone coming the other way. Like, heck, just staying on this road at this speed is genuinely a challenge. Definitely not going the speed limit on this one. And you look at either side of the road and it's just swamp. If you lose control of your car, it's just nosing right down to the swamp and it's done. It's definitely was ones that the speed limit should just be like, what do you think you can survive? Because the 65, you're not going to pull it off very long. Like, you might be able to get through it like a day or two, but sooner or later your car's getting punched trying to do it on those roads. Alright, so we can go ahead and get this last little bit here. And that'll be the next field knockdown. We'll have one field left. And then we can turn it in, it'll be like not quite 20,000. Okay, so last field is 13 on the other side there. Yeah, probably follow this road and then go right. But so you can't tell how many times you went off-road for like 4 seconds and the car just won't move because the engine wheels are 100%. Yeah. Well, that's, one of the things you see happen here a lot in Florida is you'll have people who try to turn around in the median. So they'll be like on the highway, they'll realize they missed their exit or whatever, and they'll try and do a U-turn through the median. And like, not even like wetlands or whatever, it just rains so much it's just wet all the time. And they just get in there, instantly bogged down. Some of them get their bumpers and all that smashed up because their car does the thing where it noses down into it because it's just muck. And just the sheer numbers. And it won't even be like little cars. You'll see like big trucks will get, you know, bogged down in it. You know, the funniest ones are like the big super swamper wheels and all that, and they'll still be bogged down. It's like, yeah, you're just driving in mud, friend. Like, this wasn't meant for you to traverse. It's like, if you think you can pull it off, play some Mud Runner. Play some Snow Runner or Mud Runner for a little while. Get a better idea of what you're up against. You just want them to remove the trees that look like bushes? You hate that so much. You're talking like GTA? Where you pull out and you tap a bush and your car just lurches to the side and your character ejects because you didn't fasten your seatbelt. You know, street signs and light posts, all those come right on down, but don't mess with the bush. This Squamp comment reminded you of the Purple Heart Lane map in Hell Let Loose. The main road you can do stuff in, and all the exposed swamp on our side. You have to like hold the middle of the bridge. Gotcha, I haven't played that one, so I don't know it. This is a huge problem later on in the game because you have so many new trees growing inside the roads. Oh, you're talking about Project Zomboid. Yeah. Like Project Zomboid, that's with my world record run in that game, getting down to the secret military base because we cleared that during that run. And doing that when you're starting it, you know, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months into the run or whatever, and you just can't even see where the path even used to be. Like, it's always a little sketch going down there, but like the whole thing's just filled in except for like the little pockets here and there. And just very, very slowly going down there, doing circles, yelling a whole lot to make sure any zombies in audible range come out to you and deal with them. And then chop down a tree and then yell a bunch more, and then chop down a tree and yell a bunch more just to slowly clear the trees that grow into the road. Yep. I think these patches we see that have like the weird spirals in them, I think that's where tornadoes have hit. We haven't seen a tornado yet, but we have seen what I'm thinking is the damage that does, where it just rips up crops and you have like these weird spiral patterns in it. It can hail? Oh, neat. I haven't seen the hail yet. Most small damage is hail? Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know they added hail. I mean, in real life, hail can actually be pretty awful, because it just damages everything. I mean, it's effectively like people just throwing rocks at your stuff in mass. Tornadoes go across the entire field and have a spot of damage. Yeah. I wonder if they'll make it so you can, like, turn it up a little bit. So that, like, you can have it when a tornado comes through. It actually does proper damage to the area it goes through. Because it wouldn't just have like a little spot. It would be effectively like the entire place that the tornado's down. It'd be like rips across. Like, don't get me wrong, tornadoes, like, they'll go down, they'll skip, and they'll go to the next spot and all that. It's one of the things that makes it so ridiculous that you'll have like a neighborhood and there'll be like a whole row of houses down, then the one house in the middle is just missed. It messes up trees pretty bad? Gotcha. That's neat. Alright, so we got this one last field to cultivate. And then we get our payday. And the things we have for sale here is we can get our harvester so we can grow parsnips and all that. No thank you. Have you ever seen a fire tornado? Oh yeah, in real life? Yeah. Like, I've seen recordings, I haven't seen it in person. I've seen like where people have like made one, like a smaller one, but not like a natural one. I have seen a water spout in real life where it's a tornado going over the water. Those are pretty wild. Yeah, so I believe we're on stage 4 now. The Dust Devil is cool though. Those are not one I've only seen recordings of. To be fair, most of these things. All right, so we'll actually take that back. If you're talking like the little whip arounds on the ground, the little dirt like Dust Devils, those I've seen in person. But if you're talking about like a full-blown tornado kind of Dust Devil, like the proper size coming down from above, I have not seen that. But I've seen where you're like going in the desert, you see like the little spiral on the ground that spins up dirt and all that and goes away almost instantly. Was your middle school in one hit? They had to rebuild the entire 6th grade wing and tennis court afterwards? Yeah. When I was much younger and I lived in the Michigan area, we dealt with lots of tornadoes in the area. You got hit in the chest with a pencil and you still have a scar. Yeesh. Yeah, no, I never had, like, close encounters where, like, I was actually in proper danger. So much as tornadoes rolling through and then everyone goes down to the basement. You know, waits out the storm kind of thing. And then when I moved here to Florida, we do get tornadoes quite a bit down here, but that's with the hurricanes. And, well, don't get me wrong, the tornadoes do a lot of damage. Like, for the direct, this one place gets wrecked real bad, a lot of times it can be the tornadoes that the hurricanes spawn. But, usually it's the flooding that you're worried about. Yeah, because for those who don't know, hurricanes have tornadoes in them, too. You know, if you ever wanted a lot of natural disasters bundled into one supernatural disaster, you got flooding, you got what's basically a tsunami, you got, you know, the hurricane itself, which is the windstorm, and you got tornadoes, all in one package deal. No earthquakes, though. No earthquakes. That's the one you don't get with a hurricane. That does not get emulated. Neither does volcanoes. So any geological event, you're good. You're good. That doesn't come with a package of the hurricane. Fire, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Only nukes are worse. I don't know about that. I actually feel like a real bad volcano is way worse than a hurricane. Like a bad volcano, you're like, this is gone. This is gone. It's lava now. Or I mean, super volcanoes where, you know, blackens the sky and is impacting world round, but we don't need to get into that thing. Because that's terrifying and there's a whole lot of absolutely nothing you can do about it. Let's see, you used to have these tornado live screens you used to follow, dash cams and such. Yeah, storm chaser kind of people. I'm good. Like, I'm good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, so there's the ones doing like legitimate research that they're trying to like document them and they're trying to get readings on them and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I get it. It's a high risk, dangerous job, but like, yeah, you know, there's a valid, beneficial for humanity reason to do it. And then you got Then you got the person who just drives in her pickup and just chases down a storm for no reason because they saw the movie Twisters once. And you're like, come on, man. Don't make emergency services work any harder than they already have to. And potential flood also. Yeah. That's, the flooding is the one that does the most overall damage during the hurricane. Like, you'll hear, like, the winds and all that, and sure, they're bad. But it's the flooding that does the worst of it. Is the one guy who used to be on the Discovery Channel, Storm Chases? He's doing research to make warning systems better. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, and I 100% respect that. Because it is, like, there are certain things, like the people who do research on volcanoes as well. There's times that they go into areas like, man, I know you got your rebreathers and all that, but there's only so much you can do. They talk about doing the research where they go on the lava flows and then they poke the little thing through to get, like, the readings about the magma and all that. And you're like, yep. And you're like, yep, there's always a risk that you just step on here and you find that one spot that wasn't quite as hardened as the rest of it, and that's it, you're done. You just foot right into lava. And we're like, thanks, not interested. Hard pass. I'll keep working on my computers. The one guy that's on Storge Chases died chasing a storm? Yeah, no, it's a dangerous job. Very genuinely, a lot of, like, the cutting-edge technology kind of stuff that, like, when you're talking, like, Earth technologies, a lot of that is really dangerous stuff, like where you're researching volcanoes, you're researching earthquakes, which have you doing, like, all sorts of places that you get into, like, really horrible environments. You know, going to, like, the Antarctic and doing research gets really rough. Doing deep sea research where you're having to dive to absurdly low depths, or being out in, like, really treacherous water with research vehicles and all that. A lot of that gets real dangerous. Or even researching, like, in, like, the tundras and all that, doing the deep earth core samples. Like, all of that stuff gets, even, like, archaeology can get really dangerous, that you're working in an area that, you know, you've got new stuff because of geological activity, and that means you're in an area with geological activity digging holes, and, you know, it may not be as stable as it appears. Which, a lot of that's better, where it's not just some archaeological site landsliding on you or whatever. But even then, you never know when you're going to be chipping into something, and it's, you know, things settle now that you've got stuff exposed. Granted, nowadays it's way better where we have, like, a little radar thing so we can point at the ground and be like, oh yeah, there's a building here and there's, like, an opening down there. So you don't accidentally dig into what was a house or whatever in ancient times. You poke a hole in the roof and it caves in. Deep research in person, that doesn't usually happen anymore. Yeah, you're not wrong. But even then, being in, like, those in the middle of nowhere, like, the research vehicles are usually not huge. Yeah, and I remember you telling me about that you had your wife was over in Israel doing archaeology, which is a thing I wouldn't even want to be involved in. Only 5 more days? Hang in there. I do hope she gets home soon for you, because I know if Toom was in the same position, I would be like, what can we do to get you home faster? Like, don't worry about the money. We can figure that out later. Like, we'll figure out how to make the bills work out. I need you here. Like, you may be comfortable there, but I am ripping my hair out. Doing humanitarian work in war zones is ridiculous at wars, though it's not exactly research. Yeah, but it's still a meaningful thing. Like, that was kind of my point with the storm thing. Like, there is legitimately dangerous stuff that people do to, you know, to help all that stuff. Studied archaeology, went on digs. Yeah, I don't have a background in any of that. My background is in like software development, electrical engineering, and all that kind of stuff. I can't call myself an electrical engineer. I don't have an engineering degree. I just had the bulk of the engineering courses, but it was all the focused electrical engineering courses and none of the general stuff. So I'm not legally an engineer. But when it comes to the specific niche of electrical, I did go through like all the electrical circuitry, electronics, you know, dealing with stuff like capacitance. Oh man, there's a whole bunch. Like there was like the general electrical engineering courses I did so far as like literally called electrical engineering. And I did all that stuff. I just didn't get anything like thermodynamics or all the other stuff you'd be required. But it was kind of this weird hybrid degree that was like that, computer science, network signaling. There was another thing in there that I'm blanking. It's fine. It's been a long time. I've been out of university for over a decade. It was kind of a catch-all degree that if you're like, hey, you're going to do something technological, cool, this degree will cover you. Doesn't matter what it is. This degree will cover you. It's been pretty solid to have that kind of degree. Let's see. Absolutely. Was not about to go because of work obligations. New corp in the mill. The new corp in a... Sorry. New crop in and the mill I work was full throttle. So did you do software engineering work? Yeah, so I have 15 years of software developer experience so far as like working a job as a software developer as my title. I've got about 7 years or so working IT side, so not software development, but like the other stuff. And if you do these numbers, you're like, this doesn't add up. It's like seems way too many years. There was a point in my life I was technically working 5 jobs at the same time, one of which was full-time while a full-time student. And that's pretty much the way I approached the entire beginning of my adult life, was being completely unreasonable in the amount I worked. So there is a lot of overlap, which is why you're looking at, like, if you look at these numbers and you're like, dude, you would have had to work like 50 years. It feels like I did. Yes, that was the worst. I was a full-time assistant network administrator. I was a full-time student, which is not a job. I was running my own networking and computer repair business on the side. So it wasn't only that I was working a job, I physically had my own company I was working on the side. I also worked at the local retail place as a preventative maintenance technician. And at the same time, I was an adjunct college instructor teaching PC repair and advanced PC repair and A+ certification. Oh, what's the last one? Oh man, what's the last one? There was one more. My memories in that period are very spotty because something about lack of sleep apparently messes with your ability to form memories. So, you know, don't do that. Do I recommend living that life to anyone? No. No, I do not. No, I do not. What am I missing? There was the retail, there was the teaching, there was the network admin, there was my own company. What am I missing? It doesn't matter. I'm missing one, but even if it's 4, the point still sticks. Because the network admin was a, assistant network admin was that. Oh wait! I also did tech work like a technician work as a separate role at the college as well. So is it like 1 day a week for each job? No, one of them was full time, so it's 5 days a week, 8-hour days. So my week would basically be 2 days a week. I would have about 3-4 hours of work in the evening at the college. 5 days a week, I would have the full-time job. I had my company was like literally anywhere I could shove it in the middle of everything else. The technician role was usually like 3 to 4 of the other days a week that I wasn't teaching. And then the technician role on the college was kind of a weird one in that I would go to class, I'd do like 2 classes, I would do the technician thing in the break between classes, and I'd have like 2 other classes. And then the other nights I couldn't work because I had classes in the evenings, and then I had online classes as well. And I did that for like 2 semesters, like 2 semesters, and then I quit all but 1 job. Because that was not sustainable. That wasn't burning the candle on that end. That was taking the candle and just burning it, like, you know, having burners from every side of it. Reminds me of the time you took twice the classes that were recommended. But that's not remotely as much. I did that as well, not at the same time as the jobs. I definitely did it. Like, I honestly, most semesters I did like 1.5 what I was supposed to do for classes, because there was a lot of interests that I wasn't going to be able to fit in. Yeah, just throwing the candle in the fire, just forget it. But yeah, no, I did that for like a semester or 2, and there was just like, I was on the very end of having a complete and utter breakdown. That's not becoming a millionaire? No, it's not. No, it's not. You want to know how well I was doing financially with all those jobs? Some of them which were well-paying, I was barely staying out of debt just paying for college, and it wasn't even an expensive college, because that was right around the time that college tuition doubled. Or no, I'm sorry. My apologies. It tripled while I was in university, and then it doubled after I got out of university. Because normally that comes up as a conversation where people are like, people just don't go to school anymore. It's like, yeah, that crap, from the time I started college to the last time I paid attention, got to 6 times as much. 6 times. 600% as much. Yeah, people have to go into debt to go to college. There's a reason why now we're having the discussion about whether or not college is even worth it. And if you ask me, so do you recommend going to university? It's like, that is a very complicated question with a very complicated answer with a whole lot of it depends. There are places it does make sense. If you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, congratulations, get your butt to college, because that's how it's going to work. If you're going to be a software developer, probably not, actually. I would probably say no. This day and age, it'll still help you if you get your degree. It's not like you got totally screwed on it. But it is one of those things that, generally speaking, in this point in time, doing the 2-3 years working in that industry, even on a crap job, you're going to be in a better seated position than if you get your degree, and it doesn't have the long-term consequences it used to. It used to be you could get into the job much easier, much faster by not going to university, but you hit kind of a pay cap at how far you could go before a degree was required to get more. For software development, that's gone from like 90% of jobs. There's still some outliers there that they'll be like, you can't get this position without a degree, but for the most part, that's gone away. You're still paying off yours, but this was definitely worth it. Yeah, like it really depends on when you went and what you went for. Like that's the reason why it's a complicated question. That it's not like it used to be, where it's like, should you go to college? No brainer, yes. Why would you not do it if you had the the only reason you wouldn't is because you physically couldn't afford it. But it used to be a no-brainer. You're gonna go and you're gonna make your money back. It's fine, unless you got like a truly worthless degree, like you went to an unaccredited school or something like that. And it's just kind of one of those things that nowadays, like, all right, but now it's a complicated question. It's not no, it's not yes. It's one you do need to sit down and go, what am I pursuing? What are the opportunities? Will I be better served going for the degree or going in the job immediately? Does the degree even help me in this industry? Because that's actually a problem now. There's some industries that getting your degree means nothing because they can't keep up. As a software developer, it all changes so quickly that you might learn more working than going to college. What you learn in college is outdated, basically. So, yes and no. The thing you'll have for people who purport for the college for software degrees is that you learn the essentials, the basics, yada yada. And that's not wrong, but I don't think it has nearly as much value as it's made out to be. But the thing that college does give you that you don't get outside of that is a bunch of the general education stuff, where if you are someone who's going to potentially be either into a broader section of software development or a specialization in software development, like say you're going specifically into software development for biotech, then your degree starts to become more valuable because now you've got that cross-section of training. And there's also, you are a more adaptable person with a college degree generally, and this is a massive generalization. That's not saying if you don't have a college degree you cannot be adaptable or anything like that, but as a very broad generalization, because you're forced to learn so many just semi-related things, that it is one of those things that if I've hired you as a software developer and suddenly I find myself being like, nope, we got to cut our staff, I got to cut loose half my software developers, you know, by whatever reasons, that a person with a college degree, I can go, you know what, you're not exactly trained in this position, but I do know from the college education you got, you do have some training in this other stuff, that I might be able to pivot you. Now granted, that's not as valuable as it used to be, because that's not happening as much as it used to. You'll be honest, you learned way more in the field than your degree? Yeah. On your discipline? Absolutely. There's no argument there. Actually working your job in your field, you will get more about your job in your field. But yeah. Well, that was the thing going to saying you wouldn't get to where you are in your job without your degree. That was the way it was when I started my job. Back when I went to college, like if you didn't have a degree, you couldn't get your foot in the door. The door slammed in your face right there, and you're just like, well, that is what it is. You had to have your degree. You had to have your piece of paper to get your foot in the door. And luckily, that's becoming less of a thing. I think it's a good thing that it's less of a requirement, because it does make those jobs available to people who are capable of doing those, regardless of some document. And again, that's different when we're talking about doctors and lawyers and these other jobs. Are like, no, I really want that person to have a formal education. Actually, this is one of those things you don't want your neurosurgeon to pick up the trade through practice. You want them to have a pretty good grounding before they're cutting into anyone. Yeah, degree you cost is too much. This guy does it without a degree, so yeah, no, there's definitely that. You can be over-credentialed for a job. That's absolutely a thing, but usually that's where you just have to apply to different types of jobs, and there are degrees that are very difficult. Like if you get a degree in marine biology, for example, you can find good paying work, but finding an open position in your field is very difficult. But that said, it's not bad, because you can take that biology degree and you can pivot into chemistry, you can pivot into a whole bunch of other things. But are you going to find a job in marine biology? The odds are pretty grim, actually. I don't know what the statistics are nowadays, but I remember when I was helping with the outreach program at my university, it was something like in the average year was something like 18 new positions would open in marine biology, and our college alone was pushing out like 18,000 or 1,800, or I don't remember the matter. It was magnitudes more, but it's one of those things that, like, again, you could pivot to anything biology covers, so it wasn't a useless degree or anything like that. Like in the old days, have an educator in the field learning to paint from a master painter. Yeah, like the apprenticeship stuff. You could still actually have apprenticeships around. They're very rare, though. It is an unfortunate reality that one thing that changed over the centuries is it used to be that a company was looking for someone to work in their trade, so you want an electrician, that the company would pay to bring someone on as an apprentice to then train them up. And sometimes the pay would be room and board or something like that. It wouldn't be necessarily actual money compensation so much as making it so you could say, and there was definitely exploitation there, but there was also other stuff. But you get to the whole point of it was on the company to provide the financial means of which to train you. It was on them to train you for that job. And now that's on the onus of the employee to seek out that training, which is, we can avoid the whole politics around that. It is an unfortunate shame that that's the reason why we don't have nearly as many apprenticeships or all these other things, is that the companies realized they didn't have to pay for it. And so now it's on you. Um, yeah, degrees tell your employer you can apply yourself and work. Yeah, it is kind of like the messed up side thing that I would agree with, that because of all the BS you go through getting a degree that is unrelated to what you're supposed to be doing, it does tell your employer you are at least capable of putting up with a lot of BS unrelated to your daily responsibility and still get your work done. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing that has to be a metric they care about, but technically that is a value you get from the degree. It's one of those things that shouldn't be something you get from a degree, but you kinda do. It also tells them that you can deal with bureaucracy, because, oh boy, degree is a lot of bureaucracy. Yeah, it's kind of by design. Yeah, it's the way university is designed. I don't think it's intended to be a value you get out of it so much as it's like a consequential value. Let's see. Apprenticeships and vocational schools are still very much a thing here in Germany, but then much of that is mandated by trade and industrial norms. Yeah, Germany has a very different education system, and my understanding of it's going to be outdated. But like here in the US, when you're going to school, and there's exceptions to this. We have what's called magnet programs and all that are different. But like your general education, you usually go to elementary school, it's all general education. It's here's how the weather works, here's what, here's mitosis, here's basic arithmetic and, astronomy, like very, very basic broad education on everything. Here's basic English reading, writing, and all that. You get to middle school, mostly the same, but history actually starts to have a little bit. Yeah, no, I am getting flicker. It is a known problem in the game. That I don't know if it's isolated to certain video cards, but they are dealing with some computers are having a flicker. I didn't have it to begin with, and it wasn't even an update. I changed some settings, and it started. I tried to change it back, and they kept going. So some days I have it, some days I don't. I don't know if it has to deal with the fact that I'm running OBS at the same time or something else going on, but it is on my side. But yeah, so with the whole thing, when you get to middle school, it's mostly the same thing, but a little bit more advanced English, a little bit more advanced science. History actually starts to have a little bit more substance to it. So instead of talking in vague, hey, people showed up and made colonies, woo, next subject, we actually start getting into like, no, here's what actually, like, not what actually happened is like, no, takes a long pull on a cigarette. It's like, you don't understand what happened before the Civil War. No, it's nothing like that. It's just like, no, here's like actually more than just, hey, we showed up and then yay America. It's more like, okay, there was this, there was this war going on over here in these countries, and there's these group of people and those group of people, and they didn't like each other, and they said get out, and they said okay, and then they came over here, and then there's these other people that they said, hey, no, actually, you get out. And they're like, oh, okay, we'll go. Because they were being horrible criminals and they decided to send them here. Similar to things with what happened with Australia. And then we showed up, we're like, hey, native people. And then we killed each other a whole lot. Getting into all that and a bunch of dates you'd have to memorize and how your government is structured and the different whatever. Like, that's middle school. But you still have no anything towards any of your interests or whatever. Like, you might have a middle school with electives, but it'd be like your 2 electives for the semester, and you could choose, like, do you want to do, like, band or woodshop? If you're lucky enough to have those still available at your school. But you have, like, an elective or tool, too, but everything else is still gen ed. Then you reach high school. And high school is when you first start getting a little bit of flexibility around what you choose. You've got all your required courses that are non-negotiable, like English, social studies, and that kind of stuff. And what they will do is they'll sometimes have where it's like, you can go, okay, you can choose this science course, you can choose biology, or you can choose this science course that's chemistry. But you gotta do one. So you get like a little teeny bit of control over it. But nothing so far as like, I'm interested in being an engineer, let me go this way, or I'm interested in doing this, let me go that way. It's still mostly gen ed, but you do get a tiny, tiny little bite of maybe being able to pursue something relevant to a trade or a career. Some high schools do better than others with more opportunities there. Some high schools don't really offer you much of anything outside the gen ed. And so with all that, by the time we reach college, no one knows what the heck they want to do because they've never had an opportunity to experience anything outside of gen ed with little teeny tiny exceptions. And that's the problem. Whereas my understanding, and this is my naive understanding secondhand from friends I have over in Germany, is that on your end, the elementary, my understanding, is mostly the same. That is mostly general ed, language, all that stuff, arithmetic, yada yada. But my understanding is where we have middle school, you start to have them, if not test, that'd be too strong a word. You start having them like try a couple different things and see what clicks. And then by high school, they're starting to, like the equivalent of high school for us, you start having them go in a direction. You know, and then after that you decide, are you going to college, an apprenticeship, or whatever. That's my I don't have proper knowledge secondhand everything. But that's also stuff I heard 10 years ago, so who knows even if any of it's accurate. Yeah, high school you took like 3 choir electives. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, if you're lucky, your school might have like an auto tech, machine shop, wood shop, some art stuff, some music stuff, like a nice broad range, construction tech, nice broad range of stuff to like learn off of. But a lot of high schools are like, we have band, we have choir, and that's all. And there's nothing wrong with those two, for the record. It's just, it means you don't have options. And it could be other stuff as options too. All right, so let's check where I was even at with all this. Because I don't want to go too long tonight since I wasn't even supposed to stream today, and then I was just like, well, I'm not doing other stuff anyways, so let's heckin' stream. So good news, I'm gonna get a whole lot of goods out of our greenhouse soon. Let's see. In your time, it was very generalized, ed up until the end. Major criticisms was actually that you can get specialized a lot earlier in your field in the US. Interesting. We were literally told the opposite, that it's a lot more specialized over in Germany, it's a lot more generalized here up until you got to university. But keep in mind, that's going in like the turn of the century from the 90s to the 2000s, like being in school in that range. So anything that happened like after like early 2000s, my entire commentary would be out of date on. But it's interesting because that was the opposite that we were told, and it could be that both sides are saying the same. It's like, no, you can get a more specialized thing, but it's like the specialized thing is, you know, your private schools or magnet schools or special stuff, which could be what it is, because that you hear a lot where you can get this and then you look at the other place and like, oh yeah, if I'm full of money, yeah, I could get that amazing education if I'm just bankrolling. So yeah, so we were looking like, I think actually for this in-game date, what was I trying to get the money for? I don't remember. Oh, I think it was just getting the money because we were super low. Let's check what was at the temple. That may have been what the money was about. Visit. No, you're still emptying. So I will advance the day before we wrap up and see where things are at with all that. Because I'm going to be wrapping up relatively soon, but don't go anywhere, because what we'll do is when we do wrap, I just realized, if you've been talking to me, I have not been trying to ignore you. I very much apologize. At some point, your window got stuck and disconnected, and I just saw that you got disconnected. So my apologies, YouTube. Go scream at YouTube for being really bad at running live anything. But with all that said, what's going to end up happening here is we are going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. We're going to go check out what's going on at the temple in this in-game day and see if there's any like good sales on equipment. But don't go anywhere, because we will find someone to raid and all that. We actually have some sales that are not bad, but also, oh, for moving, well, that's fine. We'll leave it alone. So we actually have sales that are not bad, but they're not things I need right now, because like that is a 12.3 meter header. I'm not going to worry about that till we actually have stuff. So nothing I want to point out there. We already got all the stuff to go. We don't have anything we're planning on growing right now. So let's go check out the temple. That's fine. So with the temple, Okay, so it still has a tiny bit of work to get done before we see the next stage. But the thing that seemed interesting is we noticed the columns showing up. I'm wondering, yeah, so we are seeing the columns gradually show up as it continues. So I'm a little worried at how much work we might have left to do. It's fine if it does take us a while to get this done. But I was sitting there, like, all right, it'll be like 3 or 4 stages or whatever. And then, you know, people mention, like, oh yeah, the other one was 11. It's like, oh, okay. To be fair, I did comment that it's weird that we weren't getting our materials. All right, well, here's good news. So we've got the long planks there. That'll be good. What is your storage capacity in here, by the way? It's good. We can store about 10 pallets of planks, 7 pallets of long planks, and about 4.5 pallets of beams. So we can actually store a lot in that building. Meanwhile, we now have ourselves a full thing like that. So that's good news. What were our things that we're going to need to sell here? There was one that was... Right. This is one I can't wait till the mod shows up where you can have it just alert you on prices. So that when your item is like ready to sell, you don't have to like constantly check that or like have a spreadsheet written down next to you. Be like, okay, this good you sell this day, this good you sell that way. I think it was the rice was today. It was the rice, spring, like not the rice itself, the saplings. Yeah, so saplings would be today. Those saplings are worth 3,000 each. All right, I'm not gonna complain about that. But with all that said, chat, what is gonna end up happening here is I am gonna go over here and hit these buttons to save so I don't forget. Because if I wait too much longer, you get stuck with an ad when I'm going to be wrapping up anyways, and I'd rather not make you get stuck with an ad. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be coming down abruptly for you, so if you want, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff, that's how you find your way back here in the future. But if you're sitting over here on Twitch, and you have enjoyed tonight's content, and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow,